Chapter 18. Club Aphrodisia. Persephone stood bundled in her warmest jacket, still freezing as they exited the back of Hades' limo. Beneath her coat, she wore a thin black gown that showed more skin than was appropriate for this kind of weather. A deep V-neck exposed the swell of her breasts, while high front slits showed off her thighs. She had a hard time deciding if Hades would approve of the dress, but she imagined he would be just as conflicted if he saw her, torn between frustration and a deep desire to fuck her. Sybil also wore black, though her dress was shorter and looked more like lingerie. It reminded Persephone of something Aphrodite would wear. Laiki dressed in a red see-through top and tight jeans, while it appeared Sophie had raided her armor, wearing a black, steel-boned corset that showed off her elegant frame, and dark pants. Surprisingly, Hermes wore a more tamed outfit, a white V-neck and gray jacket with dark jeans. Secretly, Persephone had hoped he'd show up in his jumper.
"Enjoy your evening,"
said Antony as he returned to the driver's seat. "I'll call when we're ready," Persephone promised.
"I don't see a sex club,"
said Laiki, looking at the buildings lining the sidewalk. She was right. There was no sign for Club Aphrodisia. There was a restaurant, a bar, and an empty building.
"It's around the back,"
Hermes said. They followed him down the dark alleyway, which had been shoveled and sanded, making the walk easier than Persephone had expected. The club was discreet, and there was no signage, just an entry where a pool of yellow light spilled over a set of emerald doors where two bouncers stood. They checked their identification and held the doors open for them. Inside, they were greeted by a man dressed in an impeccable black suit.
"Ah, Master Hermes,"
said the attendant.
"Welcome."
"Sebastian," the god of trickery greeted. The man's eyes shifted to Persephone, Sybil, Laiki, and Sophie.
"You've brought guests? Women?"
Sebastian seemed surprised, raising his brows. Hermes cleared his throat.
"Yes, these are my friends. You have heard of the Lady Persephone. She is soon to marry Hades." "Of course," he said. "How could I be so blind to your beauty? I did not know the Lord Hades shared."
"He doesn't," Persephone said. Hermes cleared his throat.
"And these are her friends, Sybil, Laiki, and Sophie. We are truly honored. I hope you find your time here pleasurable. Follow me."
Sebastian led them upstairs, and as Persephone followed beside Hermes, she elbowed him. "Never been here before, huh?"
"Only a couple times,"
he said. Persephone eyed him. "Only twice, and you are so well known?" He grinned.
"What can I say? My skills are legendary."
Persephone rolled her eyes and elbowed him harder.
"Ouch!"
He rubbed his side.
"What?"
"I've had a lot of practice." She shook her head, and while part of her wanted to laugh, another part of her was reminded of her conversation with Hades shortly after their game of Never Have I Ever. She was still learning. Sometimes she wondered if she gave Hades exactly what he needed, especially after the way he'd taken control in his office earlier today. He'd been rough and unapologetic while he'd thrust into her mouth. It wasn't the first time they'd had rough sex, or the first time she sensed he needed something more than their standard experience. Perhaps this club would give her some ideas. As they reached the top of the steps, they found themselves in a dark hallway. Persephone reached out her hand to hold the wall for support, and found that it was soft, velvet. They passed a number of doors, all with names like Carnal, Passion, Lust, before coming to one called The Craving. Inside, the suite was lit with muted blue lights, which cast most of the place in darkness. There were two large black leather couches that looked more like beds, and a bench with restraints. A paddle lay atop. Persephone kept her coat on while she approached the balcony, where red light streamed from the ceiling, bathing the floor in shadowy crimson. Below, there were several beds, large couches, benches, and 2 cages. There were people everywhere. Some wore masks and some did not. Some engaged in sex of all kinds, oral and otherwise. Some sat on couches and in chairs, chatting and watching. There was also a dance floor, though small. A few people swayed there while they touched and explored. It was all sort of quiet, and not at all like Persephone had imagined. She supposed what she had imagined was more like the sex she had with Hades, but what she shared with him was far more intense. It wasn't about sharing, not like this place. Still, it was slow and kind and respectful. A woman was being spanked by a man while she gave another man a blowjob. Several couples were having sex, their faces contorted in pleasure. Another woman was restrained while a man pleasured her. For a long moment, Persephone was drawn to their play in particular. She couldn't decide why she was fascinated. But she realized it was because she'd always thought of restraints as one thing, a loss of control. But this looked different, sensual and teasing and loving. It looked like trust. She started to feel warm all over and cleared her throat, a deep ache settling in. She'd given Hades what she'd considered her best work earlier in the day. Their encounter had been hot and heavy, and her need was desperate. She curled her fingers around the balcony's ledge.
"So, what do you think?"
Hermes asked, sidling up alongside her. "It's different," she said, searching for the right words.
"Not as seedy as you thought?"
he asked, quirking a brow. "No," she said. "It's actually kind of tamed, even with a community vibrator."
"See anything you'd like to try?"
Persephone stared.
"I mean with Hades,"
he added. She rolled her eyes and changed the subject. "Where do you think this meeting is taking place?" Persephone asked.
"I suppose it depends on the kind of meeting she's having,"
Hermes said. Sybil, Laocoe, and Sophie joined them at the balcony. Laocoe offered a small laugh.
"I guess some things never change."
Persephone assumed the nymph was referring to the fact that ancient Greek society was hypersexualized. And in truth, their views of sex hadn't changed all that much. Even in their modern society, prostitution was legal.
"Quick, cover your eyes, Sophie,"
Laocoe joked.
"Why?"
the Amazon asked.
"I am familiar with sex."
Everyone stared, surprised.
"What?"
she asked, sounding exasperated.
"I may not know modern society, but sex is not modern."
Hermes chuckled, and Sybil smirked.
"You've had sex?"
Laocoe asked. Sophie rolled her eyes.
"Of course." "But we played Never Have I Ever,"
Laocoe said.
"And you didn't drink. Not once."
Sophie was quiet for a long moment, and then said,
"I think I misunderstood the game."
They laughed and watched for a while, commenting on various acts and positions. Couples mingled, trading and engaging in different types of sex. But over time, Persephone noticed a few leaving the floor, one by one, moving into the darkness. She stiffened. "Where do you think they're going?" Sybil asked. "I don't know," Persephone answered. "Shall we investigate?" Hermes asked. "Someone needs to stay and watch for Helen," Persephone said. "Sybil, Laocoe, will you watch for her and text when she arrives?" "Of course," Sybil said. "Sophie, I need you to stay here with them."
"My orders are to protect you, my lady." "Actually, I swore an oath to protect her tonight," said Hermes. "You will forgive me for not trusting anyone else to do so."
The Amazon glared at Hermes and started to protest when Persephone interrupted. "Sophie, this is important. I am ordering you to protect my friends. If Helen is here with Triad and she recognizes any of us, we're in trouble."
"Very well, my lady,"
she said, still glaring at Hermes. Persephone shed her jacket, and the two left the suite, placing cloth masks over their faces before heading to the floor of the club. Hermes paused in the darkness of the stairwell.
"Do as I do,"
he said, and drew her arm through his as they wandered onto the floor. They took their time, strolling around beds of tangled limbs and couches with men and women lost in the throes of passion. What struck her was how quiet it was here, even with music and moaning. One couple smiled at them. The man was poised between his partner's legs.
"Would you like to join?"
he asked.
"We're more than happy to watch,"
said Hermes. They didn't seem upset as the man went down on the woman. Persephone averted her eyes, feeling strange standing in the center of this room, watching people freely engage in sex so openly. She was not sure she could do this, was not sure she would feel comfortable with people watching her or Hades. She was possessive, he was possessive. It would not end well. Soon they moved into the darkness, navigating down a hallway where a man stood.
"My lady?"
he said. She stiffened at the title, but realized as Hermes released her arm, he was there to help her down the steps. She accepted his hand and walked ahead of Hermes into a circular, crowded room, lined all around with columns and recessed archways. It was a theater, but built more like an amphitheater. The stage sat at the lowest point of the room, and at its center was a goddess. She was being restrained, her arms and legs pulled tight across a black bench. She was not conscious, and there was blood dripping from a wound at her head. Persephone froze for a moment. A cold trickle of fear shivered down her spine. She did not recognize the goddess, but she sensed that she was still alive. Bystanders booed her and threw things at her. Others chanted, "Cut her horns," over and over.
"That is Tyche,"
Hermes said. Persephone jumped. She hadn't felt the god approach, but now that he was near, her anxiety lessened a bit. "Tyche," Persephone whispered back. "The goddess of fortune and prosperity?"
"The only one,"
he replied, his voice grim. She looked at him, noting the tightening of his jaw and the hardening of his eyes. "What are we going to do?" Persephone asked. They had to help her.
"We wait," Hermes said. "We do not know who or what is on their side."
Persephone felt dread at that comment, an overwhelming force that pulled her into a fast current. She thought of the weapon that had taken Harmonia down, and her mother whose magic had powered it. What would they face here? She studied the large crowd, but did not find Helen among them. More people joined until the room was packed and hot. The masks stuck to Persephone's skin, uncomfortable and wet. With more people came more anger and taunting. There was violence in the air, and she pressed closer to Hermes, feeling more and more uncomfortable. The god tightened his hold on her, which was less comforting than it should have been, because she knew Hermes, too, was tense. Sudden applause drew their attention to the stage, where a man stood. He was dressed in a navy suit, tailored to his large body. He had wavy blonde hair and eyes so bright and blue she could see their sparkle even from a distance. Demigod, she thought.
"That is Okeanos," Hermes said.
"Who is Okeanos?"
"He is a son of Zeus," Hermes said. "He has a twin, Sandros. They are not usually far from each other."
Persephone watched Okeanos as he circled Tyche like a predator, a look of disgust upon his face. He stopped at her head and took hold of one of her horns, breaking it effortlessly. The snap made bile rise in Persephone's throat, but drew cheers from the crowd. After he had broken the second horn from her head, he held them aloft like a trophy, while the crowd hailed him like some hero from ancient times. Then, He tossed them aside as if they were nothing, as if he had not just mutilated the goddess restrained upon the table.
"The Olympians make a mockery of power," he shouted. "They parade around, celebrities more obsessed with their image and their wealth and hurting mortals than granting your desperate prayers."
The crowd roared in agreement.
"It is a tale older than time. Gods outlive their usefulness to the world and must be replaced by new ones, those who understand it and see its potential. We are those gods. It is time to take back our world."
More cheers. Persephone felt sick. It was the narrative she'd expected, and the one Helen had perpetuated. These demigods really wanted to overthrow the Olympians. The problem was these people, Adonis, Harmonia, Tyche, were not Olympians. They were innocent. What was the point of hurting them? Movement from Tyche drew Okeanos' attention. The demigod continued to speak as he approached the goddess.
"We will have a rebirth, a new world where your prayers are answered, where the gods intercede only when asked, where they heal and do not hurt. But the price is dire."
He picked up a blade that must have been sitting above Tyche's head. It gleamed, sharp and dangerous.
"Are you willing to pay it?"
he asked, and the crowd responded with a resounding yes. Just then, Persephone smelled her mother's magic. It drew her attention and sent her heart racing. For a moment she felt panic. Her breath came in short gasps and her vision blurred. But as quickly as she felt the magic, it was gone. And when her eyes returned to the stage, Amphion was lifting the blade. "No!" Persephone cried and flung out her hands. Just as several heads moved in her direction, they froze. Except Okeanos, whose gaze narrowed upon her. Fuck. Demigods may not be as powerful as other gods, but it was impossible to know what magic they were born with. And it looked like Okeanos could control time. Without a word, he flung out his hand and sent a bolt of lightning barreling toward her. Persephone's eyes widened, and she dove to avoid the hit. But as she landed on the floor, someone materialized in front of her, a goddess. Aphrodite! The goddess flung out her arm, and in the next second, Okeanos' body lurched, and his heart flew from his chest into Aphrodite's waiting hand. His eyes widened, and as he fell to his knees, Persephone lost her grip upon her magic, and the crowd was mobile once again. There was a moment of heavy silence before the crowd realized what had happened.
"Gods! There are gods among us!" someone yelled.
Then chaos ensued. Some screamed and fled, while others peeled off their masks and searched for weapons within the theater. "Hermes!" Persephone cried. "Get Tyche!" The god of mischief was gone in a flash, appearing on stage beside the motionless goddess. The crowd surged forward in an attempt to attack Hermes, but the god's eyes had begun to glow, and some faltered. Persephone got to her feet. "Aphrodite!" The goddess did not seem to hear her, her attention on the still-beating heart in her hand. The blood seeped between her fingers. Then Persephone's eyes shifted as a mortal rushed the goddess, a long candlestick raised to strike. "Aphrodite!" Still, the goddess remained calm, almost passive as she turned her head in the direction of the mortal, threw out her hand and sent him flying backward into the crowd, scattering bodies until he landed with a loud crack against the opposite wall. Persephone expected the mortals to bolt, but instead they rushed toward them. A hand yanked her hair, pulling her head back, throat taut, and ripped off her mask. The movement was so violent she was stunned, and it took her a moment to meet a familiar set of eyes. Jason? She hadn't seen him since Lex's funeral. He'd ceased all communication with her. Now she knew why. His dark curls were longer and his face unshaven. He looked rough and angry.
Well, 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 the favor fuck has come to infiltrate our meeting.
Jason, she said his name, reaching for his hand to lessen the pull he had on her head. She was surprised when the mortal released her, and she stumbled back, only to be pushed hard by someone. As she lurched forward, she was shoved again. This time she managed to stop herself before another person could touch her, but she was surrounded. She met Jason's eyes. Why? She found herself asking.
Isn't it obvious? Hades could have saved Lexa. You could have saved her.
Don't you dare, Persephone said, her eyes watering, burning with fresh tears.
If you had done it right the first time, she wouldn't have left. She wasn't the same when she came back.
Because she wanted to die, Persephone shouted. She was tired, but you were too selfish to see that. I was too selfish.
Do not pretend you care, he said. If you did, you wouldn't marry Hades.
The circle tightened, and Persephone went rigid. Don't do this, she said. You will regret it.
We do not fear Hades, Jason said.
It isn't Hades you should fear, she said. It's me. He laughed, and the others joined in, but Persephone's anger was boiling over. A hand reached for her, and she exploded, literally. Thorns burst from her arms and legs and palms. They shot out like blades and cut through the mortals surrounding her, skewering many of them, including Jason, at whichever level they stood, head or throat or chest or belly. She screamed at her anger, at the carnage, at the pain. But as it died, the thorns retracted, reeling into her body as if they were part of her. Still, she was left broken and bloody, her skin split. She fell to her knees at the center of her massacre, leaning forward, breathing raggedly. She tasted blood. Heal, she thought. You have to heal. Then she felt Hades' unmistakable presence. She saw his shoes first, then her eyes made the slow climb up his body. When she saw his face, she saw a god, an ancient one full of rage and darkness and death. It took Persephone a moment to realize why the room had gone so quiet. It was because everyone was dead. Had she done this? Or was this Hades' malice? Hades, she tried to say his name, but the blood in her mouth was thick, and she choked on the word, sending a spray of crimson onto his shoes. Her head spun, and she fell the rest of the way to the floor. Hades bent and scooped her into his arms. She'd never seen him look this way, haunted, triggered, and she knew he was fighting something horrible and dark. She wanted to comfort him, and all she could think is that she hoped he knew how much she loved him. Then everything went dark. Part 2. Hateful to me as the gates of Hades is that man who hides one thing in his heart and speaks another. Homer, The Iliad. Chapter 19. The Island of Lamprey. When Persephone woke, she was in an unfamiliar bed. Her tongue felt swollen, but she could breathe, her throat no longer thick with blood. She lifted her arms, her skin smooth and unmarred from the magic she'd used to defend herself in the basement of Club Aphrodisia. She was healed, and yet she couldn't help feeling like she'd failed because she hadn't been able to do it on her own. She sat up, scanning the bright room for Hades. It did not take her long to find him. The balcony doors were open, letting in fresh, salty air which moved the gauzy curtains over the bed. Just outside, Hades sat. She slipped from the bed, wrapped the sheet around her body, and joined him. He wore a black robe and leaned forward, elbows resting on his thighs, a glass of whiskey caught between his fingers. His features were severe, brows knitted together, jaw set tight. He seemed deep in thought, and she was a little afraid to disturb him, but she wanted to see his eyes. "Hades," she whispered. He looked at her, his gaze stormy, and she wondered what kind of battle he was fighting inside. "Are you well?" she asked. "No," he said, and the answer made her flinch. He took a drink from his glass, and his gaze returned to his feet. Hesitantly, she approached, and reached to thread her fingers through his hair. It was wet and smelled strongly of spice. She took a deep breath, comforted by it. Hades, she said his name again. This time it took him longer to raise his eyes to hers. I love you. She noticed how thickly he swallowed and averted his eyes. She sighed and reached for his glass, sitting it on the table beside him. She managed to straddle him in the small chair, one knee on either side of his legs. She took his face between her hands and brushed her thumbs across his cheeks. He was so beautiful and so broken. Will you tell me how you're feeling?
I don't know that there is anything to say,
he answered. She studied him for a long moment. Are you angry with me?
I am angry with myself for letting you go, for trusting another to take care of you.
I ordered Hermes.
He swore an oath,
he snarled, cutting her off. Persephone froze for a moment, taken off guard by Hades' anger. She hadn't been awake long enough to think through this. She'd just seen him and wanted him. She should have known he would take this personally. He blamed himself for Pirithous. He would blame himself for this, too. Still, she tried to explain. Hades. She placed her hands on his chest. I hurt myself. I failed. I couldn't heal. Hades' jaw tightened. I'm okay, she said. I'm here.
Barely,
he said through clenched teeth. It was the first time she noticed Hades' hands weren't on her. Instead, they gripped the arms of his chair. When she saw this, she slipped off his lap and took a step away, her back hitting the rail of the balcony. I don't know what to do, she said helplessly.
You can stop,
he said, his gaze full of rage.
You can decide not to get involved. You can stop trying to change people's minds and save a world. Let people make their decisions and face the consequences. It is how the world worked before you, and it is how the world will continue.
She pushed off the balcony, straightening beneath his angry words. This is different, Hades, and you know it. This is a group of people who have managed to capture and subdue gods.
I know exactly what it is, he snarled. I have lived through it before, and I can protect you from it.
I didn't ask you to protect me from it, Persephone said, her voice rising.
I can't lose you.
He stood, caging her, his teeth bared.
I almost did. Do you know that? Because I couldn't fucking get my mind right to heal you. I have held men and women and children to me as they bled like you bled. I have had my face sprayed with their blood. I have had them beg for their life, a life I could not extend or heal or gift because I cannot fight their fate. But you did not beg for life. You were not even desperate for it. You were at peace.
Because I was thinking about you, she spat back at him. It was like he'd taken a knife to her chest. Her heart felt open and exposed, beating with all her pain and his. Hades froze. I wasn't thinking about life or death or anything but how much I loved you, and I wanted to say it, but I couldn't. She stopped. She didn't need to explain further. Hades already knew why she hadn't been able to talk, and she didn't want to remind him of the horror he'd experienced while she lay unconscious and bleeding. His stare lingered on her face before his head fell into the crook of her neck and his body shook against hers. She said nothing as she felt hot tears soak through her skin. It was a long time before he composed himself, and when he pulled away, his eyes were dark and rimmed with red. She had never seen him like this before. This was his pain, real and raw. She pressed her hand to his cheek. Will you take me to bed?
I will take you here,
he said, and bent to kiss her. He tasted like salt and whiskey,
and he spoke against her mouth. And then I will take you on the bed, and then in the shower, and on the beach. I will take you on every surface of this house and every inch of this island. His hands moved to her hips, and he drew her against him as he returned to the chair. She let the sheet drop from her body before straddling him. Hades' hands cupped her breasts, and then he took her nipples into his mouth. Persephone threaded her fingers through his hair as he worked, her breath growing shallow, her body moving against his erection, which was still covered by the robes he wore. She grew frustrated, wanting to feel skin against skin, and parted them, exposing his chest and his engorged flesh. She moved against his warmth, the friction making her wetter. Hades' hands moved to her ass, squeezing as she rocked against him. Then his fingers slipped inside her, and she shuddered. She spent a few minutes basking in the feel of him, but soon desired more. She pulled him free and reached for his cock, guiding him inside her. She ground herself against him, feeling frenzied and desperate. The hair trailing from his stomach to his groin teased her clit. While she took control, Hades leaned back, his arms stretched over his head, gripping the top of the chair. He watched her face, eyes glittering, still full of shadow. Soon his hands returned to her waist, and he helped her move, grinding himself into her. The feel of him was a tonic she would take for the rest of her life. It brought life to her limbs and flame to her soul. His mouth moved over her shoulder, teeth grazing her skin. Their breaths mingled. Their moans started to release in quick succession. Persephone felt the bottom of her stomach tighten. Her muscles clenched around Hades' cock, and his hot release poured into her. She collapsed against him, breathing hard. After a long moment, she shifted, pressing a kiss to his chest before straightening with Hades still inside her. She grinned. "Are you tired?" "I have never felt more alive," he said, and it seemed that some of the darkness had dimmed from his eyes. She kissed him, long and slow, her tongue lapping at his until he was hard once more. She pulled away and rested her head against his chest, content to stay like this forever. "Where are we?" she asked. Her voice was quiet. "We are on the island of Lamprey," he answered. "Our island." "Our?" "I've had it," he said, "but I rarely come. After I found you in the club, I did not wish to go to the underworld. I did not wish to be anywhere but alone. So I came here." There was another long stretch of silence. "Do you know if Tyche survived?" It was then Hades' hands tightened around her. "No," he said. "She did not." Later, Hades gave Persephone her phone, which allowed her to check in with Sybil, Laiki, and Zophie. They'd created a group text to tell her they loved her. Her eyes watered at their sweet messages. She let them know she was okay and asked after them. "We're fine. Zophie made sure we got home safe," said Sybil, and she explained what happened upstairs. "We knew something was wrong when people came out of the shadows screaming that a god was attacking people. We didn't know if it was Hermes or Hades. But it had been neither. It had been Aphrodite. It had been her." Suddenly she recalled the carnage she'd caused. How many people had she killed? She set the phone aside, and when Hades entered the room, he paused. "What's wrong?" "How many people did I kill?" she whispered. Hades paused, and then asked, "What do you remember?" "Hades..." "Will it help to know?" he asked. She opened her mouth to speak, but did not know how to answer. "Think on it," he said. "I say this as a god who knows the answer." After, they walked along the beach.
It was strange seeing Hades in such a bright place, dressed down in nothing but a cloth wrapped around his waist. His skin was burnished beneath the sun, turning into a golden bronze. She couldn't look away.
"Why are you staring?"
he asked. "Does it upset you?" she asked, frowning.
"No," he said, matter of fact. "It makes me want to fuck."
She grinned. When they reached the shore, she ran into the ocean, squealing with delight as the water rushed upon her, soaking the bottom of her white dress. She turned to find Hades waiting toward her. "How long has it been," she asked Hades, "since you have visited the ocean?"
"For fun?"
he asked.
"I hardly know."
"Then we will make this memorable," she said, hoisting herself up his body, fingers digging into his broad, muscled shoulders as she wrapped her legs around his waist. His cock settled against her, and her teeth grazed his bottom lip. "I love you," she whispered. Their mouths and bodies fused together. Her blood pounded, scattering her thoughts. Their hands skated across each other's skin, enjoying the feel of one another. When Hades' fingers tightened on her bottom, grinding into her with a desperate ferocity she wanted to match, they broke from one another, lips throbbing.
"I want to show you something,"
he said. She raised a brow, her lust dwarfing any other thoughts. "Is it your cock?" He chuckled.
"Don't worry, my darling. I'll give you what you want, but not here."
They left the water, and Hades guided her down the beach toward a grove of tropical plants and trees. Beyond them was a path that became rocky as it neared an open cave. Just inside was a set of steps that spiraled down into a grotto. The water was the color of hundreds of shimmering sapphires. Above them, the roof had collapsed, allowing for a stream of warm sunlight to filter in, hitting the water. Lush greenery grew within the walls of the cave, spilling down over the roughened surface. Persephone stared, awed by how beautiful it was.
"Do you like it?"
he asked. "It is beautiful." Hades grinned and started down another set of steps that led to the water. He shed the covering at his waist and stood naked, turning to face her. As she approached him, Hades stepped off the edge, sinking into the deep pool. She watched him surface some distance from the shore. His eyes glistened, dark and reverent.
"Will you join me?"
She pulled the thin dress over her head, discarding it beside her as she dove into the water. Hades caught her around the waist, pressing his lips to hers as they surfaced. Floating in the grotto, he made love to her mouth as she reached between them, guiding his cock between her legs so she could feel him there. Her breath caught as his lips left her mouth, trailing her jaw.
"I will build temples in honor of our love, and I will worship you until the end of the world. There is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice for you."
He drew away to look at her, eyes like shimmering stars.
"Do you understand that?"
"Yes," she said, tightening her hold around him. "I will give you everything you ever wanted, even things you thought you would live without." Their mouths collided again, and Hades gripped her, guiding them backward toward a dip in the rock wall where a trickling waterfall kept a larger cave obscured. He lifted her from the water and walked into her, guiding her against the wall of the cavern. One arm stretched up, the other found purchase beside her head. She held his smoldering gaze.
"There is something dark that lives inside me," he said. "You have seen it. You recognize it now, don't you?"
She nodded.
"It wants you in ways that would scare you."
Was he telling her this to scare her? Because it had the opposite effect, sending a thrilled shiver down her spine. "Tell me."
"That part of me wants you praying for my cock, writhing beneath me as I pound into you, begging for my cum to fill you."
Persephone kept her hands pressed into the wall, her nails scraping at the rock behind her. She stared up at him through her lashes, feeling both shy and daring. "How do you prefer to receive prayer, my lord?"
"On your knees," he said.
She watched him as she knelt, level with his erection. Hades gathered her hair into one hand, twining it around his fists until her scalp pricked with pain.
"Suck me,"
he ordered, and she obeyed. Taking him into her mouth, lavishing his crown with her tongue, sucking the tip until she tasted his cum. Hades groaned, his hand tightening in her hair, bringing tears to her eyes, but she continued, wanting to play with the darkness surfacing in the bite of his hold. When he started to thrust into her mouth, all she could do was receive, a vessel for his pleasure. Both his hands cupped her head, his muscles bulged, his breath ragged. She thought he would come, but he withdrew suddenly, dragging her to her feet roughly, molding his mouth to hers. She widened her stance as he guided his cock between her legs, teasing her opening, slick with need for him. "Hades," her voice came out strangled, a plea he answered by gripping her hips and slamming into her. While he leveraged her against the wall, another hand came to rest upon her neck, his face pressed against her own as he moved. Each thrust drew a desperate moan from her throat. Her fingers bit into his shoulders, scraping down his skin. Hades' mouth returned to hers, tongue tasting, teeth scraping. He kissed and moved with a ferocity she hadn't felt before, and it drew filthy words and sounds from her mouth she'd never said or heard before. "I want to feel your release," she said, arching her back, her shoulder blades cutting into the rock. "I want your cum inside me." Her breath caught in her throat. "I want to feel it drip down my thighs." Her heels dug into his ass. "I want to be so full of you I only taste you for days." Her mouth closed over his earlobe, and she sucked hard. As she spoke, Hades continued to thrust. His mouth moved to her neck, where he sucked her skin and bit her hard. She cried out at the sweet sting as the vibration of her first orgasm began to rock through her. It continued, not peaking, just lasted on and on until her whole body shook, and when Hades groaned, offering a feral growl, she felt the heat of his release inside her. They stayed plastered against one another for a while, until Hades peeled himself away and lifted her into his arms, teleporting to the bedroom where he laid her down upon the bed. She expected him to stretch out beside her, but instead he knelt between her legs and kissed up her thighs until his mouth covered her clit, his tongue sweetly devouring her swollen skin. "Hades," she whispered his name again and again. Her hands dove into his hair and then fell into the sheets beneath her, twisting as another climax tore through her. And when she came down from the high, Hades finally rested beside her. Exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. Later she woke, finding Hades asleep beside her. He lay on his stomach, his fingers threaded through hers. He looked peaceful. The tendrils of darkness that had clung to him hours earlier vanished by slumber. She watched him for a while, and then disentangled herself from his grasp, pulling on a robe and slipping outside. She leaned against the balcony rail, watching the night. It was peaceful here, untouched by her mother's destruction. And it felt wrong to be here. Wrong to feel so happy when such chaos reigned.
"Why do you frown?"
Hades asked. His voice startled her, and she turned to find him in the doorway, his naked body wreathed in light from the bedroom. Heat blossomed low in her belly as her eyes fell to his erect flesh, and she thought of how he had looked at her in the grotto, the erotic words he'd spoken, the restraint he'd broken. She swallowed and shook the thoughts from her head. "You know we cannot stay here," Persephone said. "Not with what we left behind."
"One more night,"
Hades said, pleaded. "What if that's too late?" Hades did not speak. He left his place in the doorway and came to her, cupping her face, eyes searching.
"Can I not convince you to stay here?" he asked. "You would be safe, and I would return to you every free moment."
Her hands closed over his forearms. "Hades," she whispered, "you know I won't. What kind of queen would I be if I abandoned my people?" His lips tilted upward, but his gaze was sad.
"You are queen of the dead, not queen of the living."
"The living eventually become ours, Hades. What good are we if we desert them in life?" Hades sighed and rested his forehead against hers.
"I wish that you were as selfish as me,"
he said. "You are not selfish," she said. "You would leave me here to help them, remember?" His gaze fell to her lips, and he kissed her. His hand slid to her waist, dipping beneath her robe, reaching to cup her hot center. Persephone gasped, his name on her lips. "Hades," she breathed against his lips.
"If not another night, then at least another hour," he said.
How could she say no? Her arms closed around his neck as he lifted her onto the edge of the balcony, fingers dipping into her slick flesh long enough to elicit a moan. When he withdrew, her nails bit into his skin, and Hades chuckled.
"You were wrong,"
he said, bringing his fingers to his mouth.
"I am selfish."
She watched him, a carnal hunger erupting inside her. As he sucked on his flesh, she spread her legs wider, inviting him to return. "Only an hour," she reminded Hades. His smile was barely there, and just as he moved to join them once again, he growled, pulling Persephone from the balcony's ledge onto the ground.
"Fuck,"
he spat.
"Hermes!"
"I'd love to join you," said the god, appearing on the balcony only a few steps away. "Another time, perhaps." Persephone turned away to fasten her robe, and when she looked back, she saw that the god's chiseled face was marred with a large gash that ran from the bottom of his eye to his lip. Her eyes widened. "Hermes, what happened to your face?" He smiled, his eyes gentle despite his answer.
"I broke an oath."
Persephone's lips parted, and her gaze returned to Hades, who did not look at her, too angry and focused upon the god of mischief.
"What do you want, Hermes? We were about to return."
"How long is about to?" he asked, but the smirk he offered was humorless, and Persephone found that she did not like the melancholy clinging to him. Was this his grief at losing Tyche, or something else?
"Hermes,"
Hades began.
"Zeus has summoned both of you to Olympus," Hermes interrupted. "He has called council. They wish to discuss your separation."
Chapter 20. A Council of Olympians. "Our separation," Persephone repeated, looking to Hades. "Are there not more pressing issues, like Triad murdering a goddess and attacking another?"
"I only gave you one reason Zeus called council," Hermes said. "That does not mean we will not discuss other concerns." "I will be along shortly, Hermes,"
Hades said, who had made no attempt to cover himself. Hermes nodded and then looked at Persephone.
"See you later, Sephi,"
he said, winking. He vanished, and she thought that perhaps he was trying to soften the guilt she felt at seeing his face scarred. Persephone turned to Hades. "Did you do that to Hermes' face?" His jaw tightened.
"You ask, and yet you know."
"You didn't have—"
"I did," he cut her off. "His punishment could have been worse. Some of our laws are sacred, Persephone, and before you feel guilt for what happened to Hermes' face, remember that he knew the consequences even if you did not."
His words felt like a reprimand. She averted her eyes and said quietly, "I didn't know." Hades sighed, sounding frustrated, but he took her hand, tugging her to him.
I'm sorry, he said, pressing a palm against her cheek. I meant to comfort you.
I know, she said. It must be trying to constantly have to teach me.
I never tire of teaching,
he said, his voice quiet.
My frustration comes from another place.
Perhaps I can help if you told me more, she offered. Hades held her gaze, considering before he spoke.
I worry my words will come out wrong, and that you will find my motives barbaric.
She frowned. She was not surprised he felt this way. She'd called him the worst sort of god. She'd assumed his bargains with mortals were merely for his amusement, not real attempts at saving souls. I'm sorry, she said. I think I gave you this fear when we met.
No, he said. It was there before you, but it only mattered when I met you.
I understand Hermes' punishment, she said. I am comforted. Despite her words, she felt his expression remained uncertain, guarded. Still, he leaned forward and pressed his lips to her forehead. She closed her eyes against his kiss, feeling the warmth of it through her body. She met his gaze as he pulled away.
Would you like to accompany me to council?
He asked. Her eyes widened. You are serious? He offered a small smile.
I have conditions,
he said.
But if the Olympians are to discuss us, it is only fair you are present.
She grinned.
Come, we must prepare,
he said, and she felt the brush of his magic as they teleported. She'd expected to appear in their bedroom so they could dress, but instead Hades had brought them to a room full of weapons. Is this?
An arsenal,
Hades said. The room was round, the floor black marble like the rest of the castle. Most of the walls were fixed with what looked like bookcases, only they held a variety of weapons, blades and spears, javelins and slings, bows and arrows. There were modern weapons, too, guns and grenades and other artillery. There were also shields, helmets, chainmail, and leather breastplates on display. But what drew her attention was the piece at the center of the room, a display of Hades' armor. It looked both threatening and deadly. Sharp metal spikes covered the shoulders, arms, and legs. A black cape hung over the left shoulder, and a dark helm rested at its feet. Persephone approached and brushed her fingers along the cold metal of the helmet. She tried to imagine Hades dressed in this. He was already large and imposing. This would make him monstrous. How long has it been? She asked quietly. Since you wore this?
A while,
he answered.
I do not need it unless I am fighting gods.
Or against a weapon that can kill you, she said. Hades did not respond. He reached around her and picked up the helm.
This is the Helm of Darkness,
he said.
It grants its wearer the ability to become invisible. It was made for me by the Cyclops during the War of Titanomachy.
She knew of the 3 weapons, Hades' Helm of Darkness, Zeus's lightning bolt, and Poseidon's trident. There were always turning points during battle, a time when the tide changes for better or worse for either side. These weapons had changed fate for the Olympians and allowed them to defeat the Titans. Seeing the helm made Persephone feel dread. She suspected Triad wished for war. Would she see Hades clad in this armor soon? Why do you need this helm? She asked. One of your powers is invisibility.
Invisibility is a power I gained over time as I became stronger,
he said. Then he offered a wry smile.
Outside of that, I prefer to protect my head during battle.
He thought he was funny, but Persephone frowned as he handed the helm to her. She held it between her hands, staring at the scratches and small dents upon its surface. She always imagined no one getting close enough to Hades to hurt him during battle, but the marks on this helm reminded her otherwise.
"I want you to wear this while at council," he said.
Persephone lifted her head. Why?
"Council is for Olympians," he said, "and I am not eager to introduce you to either of my brothers, especially under these circumstances. You will not like everything that is said."
"Are you worried my mouth will sabotage our engagement?" she asked, raising a brow. Hades grinned, and it was refreshing considering he'd been so serious the past few days since her injuries in Club Aphrodisia.
"Oh, darling, I have faith your mouth will only improve it."
They stared at one another for a long moment before her gaze dipped, trailing over his muscles to his still erect cock. "Are you going to council naked, my lord? If so, I insist on watching."
"If you keep staring at me like that, we will not go to council at all," he said.
And with a flick of his wrist, they were both dressed in black, Hades in his suit and Persephone in a sheath dress. It made her wonder how the other gods dressed to attend council. Would they wear the finery of ancient gods? Hades held out his hand.
"Ready?"
Truly, she wasn't certain, but she was comforted by Hades and his helm. This would be one of the last times she ever had time to consider if she was ready. There would come a point when there was no time, when everything depended upon quick action. She placed her fingers into his palm, still cradling the helm, and they teleported. They landed in shadow. Her back was to a large column, and when she looked to the side, she could see more curving off to the left and right. Persephone could hear voices, booming and frustrated. "This storm must end, Zeus. My cult begs for relief." Persephone did not know who spoke, but she guessed it was Hestia, judging by the still gentle tone.
"I am not eager to see the storm go," Zeus said. "The mortals have grown too bold and need to be taught a lesson. Perhaps freezing to death will remind them who rules their world."
Persephone met Hades' gaze. Zeus's words were an issue. They were why Harmonia had been attacked and why Tyche had died. It was behavior mortals were growing tired of, and they were rebelling. Hades placed his finger to his lips, took the helm from her, and placed it upon her head. She did not feel any different once it was on, except it was heavy and did not sit on her head properly. Hades' lips brushed against her knuckles before he let her go. He moved through the darkness undetected. She only knew when he appeared before the Olympians because he spoke, his voice dark, dripping with disdain.
"You will be reminding them of nothing save their hatred for you, for all of us,"
Hades said, responding to Zeus's earlier statement.
"Hades!"
His name came out as a growl from Zeus's mouth. Persephone crept along the outside of the columns. Beyond them, she could see the back of a set of thrones and the front of 3 others, Poseidon, Aphrodite, and Hermes. Each throne represented a piece of the gods. For Poseidon, it was a trident. Aphrodite, a pink shell. For Hermes, his herald's wand. Her gaze lingered longest on Aphrodite, recalling how she'd stood with Okeanos' heart in her hand, unfazed by the savagery of her magic. Would she face consequences for killing one of Zeus's sons? Persephone did not know the rules of the Olympians, but she thought the goddess must have justified herself to the god of thunder, because she sat here among the 12 as if nothing had occurred. Persephone crept closer until she touched the edge of one of the thrones, one she guessed belonged to Apollo, as golden rays shot out from the very top.
"From what I understand, Hades, the storm is your fault. Couldn't keep your dick out of Demeter's daughter." "Shut up, Ares," Hermes said.
Persephone noted the darkness shadowing the god's eyes and the set of his jaw, which made his cheekbones look sharp.
"Why should he? He speaks the truth,"
a voice said from the right. Persephone thought it sounded like Artemis.
You could have fucked 1,000,000 other women, but you chose to stay with one, and the daughter of a goddess who hates you more than she loves humanity, Ares continued. That pussy must be gold,
Poseidon mused. Persephone felt something sour in the back of her throat, and then a dark sense of dread as Hades' magic flared, strong and vibrant.
I will personally cut the thread of any god who dares to speak another word about Persephone.
You wouldn't dare. Persephone recognized Hera's voice. The consequences of killing a god outside of the fate's will are dire. You could lose your dear goddess. A tense silence followed as Persephone tried to imagine the look upon Hades' face. It probably communicated something along the lines of, "Try me."
The fact remains that the snowstorm is causing great harm.
Athena's silky voice, calming and commanding, entered the fray.
Then we must discuss solutions to ending her rage, said Hades.
Nothing will convince her to end her assault except the separation of you from her daughter, said Hera. While that was true, it also implied there were no other ways to end Demeter's wrath.
That is out of the question.
Does the girl even wish to be with you? Hera challenged. Is it not true you trapped her in a contract to force her to spend time with you?
Persephone's fingers rolled into fists. She is a woman, Hermes said. And she loves Hades. I have seen it.
So we should sacrifice the lives of thousands for the true love of two gods? Artemis said. Ridiculous.
I did not come here so that council could discuss my love life, Hades said. No, but unfortunately for you, said Zeus, your love life is wreaking havoc upon the world. So is your dick, Hades said, and no one's ever called council about that.
Speaking of dicks and the problems they cause, Hermes interjected, is no one going to speak about the trouble your offspring are causing? Tyche is dead. Someone is attacking us, succeeding in killing us. And you want to bicker about Hades' love life? Persephone could not help smiling at Hermes' words, but it didn't take long for the other gods to steal it away. We'll have nothing to worry about if Demeter's storm continues, said Artemis. Mortals will be frozen to the ground. It will be Pompeii all over again.
You think Demeter's wrath is the worst that could happen? Hades asked, his tone menacing. You do not know mine.
It was a threat. One Persephone knew would take the conversation nowhere. Hades had asked her not to reveal herself, but the fact was these gods were having a conversation about her thoughts, her feelings, her choice, and they were making no progress toward what really mattered, and that was whatever Demeter was planning with Triad. She left the spot beside Apollo's throne and made her way around the ark. When she came to the edge, where Ares sat, she took off Hades' helm and set it aside. Shaking off her glamour, she stepped into the center of the ark and was suddenly surrounded by 11 Olympians. Her gaze connected with Hades and held. He sat rigidly, his hands curled around the edges of his throne. Beneath his gaze, she was able to straighten her shoulders and lift her chin. She had no idea how she looked to these ancient gods, probably young and inexperienced, but at least they would see her and know her, and by the end of this, respect her. Hades. She spoke his name, and it seemed to calm him. She offered him a small smile before her attention was drawn to Zeus, whose voice seemed to rumble deep beneath her feet.
Well, well, well. Demeter's daughter.
I am, she said, disliking how the god of thunder's eyes gleamed when they were upon her. She'd seen the king many times, an imposing and large figure. His body filled his throne. Despite being the younger of his two brothers, his hair had a silver tone to it that made him look older. She did not know why. Perhaps he felt it gave him more authority, or he'd bargained away some of his youth in exchange for power. Beside him was Hera, who looked upon her with judgment. Her face, beautiful and noble, was carved and cynical. She glanced to her left, finding Athena's passive golden face, her mother's empty throne, and then Apollo and Artemis. Apollo inclined his head a fraction. It was the only acknowledgement she received. There was no light in his eyes or tilt to his lips. She tried not to let his mood disrupt her as she looked to her right, where she found Poseidon staring openly and hungrily, then Hermes, Hestia, and Ares. Hermes smiled, his eyes gentle.
"You have caused a lot of problems,"
Zeus said, drawing her reluctant attention. She met his lackluster gaze. "I think you mean my mother has caused a lot of problems," she said. "And yet you seem intent upon punishing Hades."
"I merely seek to solve a problem in the simplest way possible."
"That might be true if Demeter were only responsible for a storm," Persephone said. "But I have reason to believe she is working with the demigods."
There was a beat of silence. "What reasons?"
"I was there the night Tyche died," Persephone said. "My mother was there. I felt her magic."
"Perhaps she was there to retrieve you," Hera suggested. "As is her right by divine law. She is your mother."
"Since we are basing our decisions on archaic laws, then I must disagree," Persephone said.
Hera's gaze hardened, and Persephone got the distinct impression she did not like being challenged. "On what grounds?"
"Hades and I fuck," Persephone stated. "By divine law, we are married."
Hermes choked on a laugh, but everyone else remained quiet. She looked to Zeus. As much as she hated it, he was the one she needed to convince.
"It was my mother's magic that kept Tyche restrained," Persephone said.
The god stared at her for a beat, and then looked to Hermes for confirmation. "Is this true, Hermes?" Her fingers curled into fists. "Persephone would never lie," he replied.
"Triad is a true enemy," Persephone said. "You have reason to fear them."
There were a few laughs, and Persephone glared around her.
"Did you not just hear what I said?"
"Harmonia and Tyche are goddesses, yes, but they are not Olympians," said Poseidon.
"I'm sure the Titans thought the same of you," she shot back. "Besides, Demeter is an Olympian."
"She would not be the first who attempted, and failed, to overthrow me," Zeus said, and she noted how he glanced both to his left and right. Despite how the Olympians sat, in this circle, unified, they were divided. There was hatred here, and it permeated the air like smog.
"This is different," Persephone said. "You have a world ready to shift their alliance to a group of people they believe are more mortal than God, and my mother's storm will force the decision."
"So we return to the real issue," Hera said. "You." Persephone glared. Her jaw tightened.
"If you return me to my mother, I will become a real issue," Persephone said. "I will be the reason for your misery, for your despair, for your ruination. I promise you will taste my venom."
No one laughed. No one spoke. There was only silence. She glanced at Hades, whose gaze burned into hers. She did not sense that he was disappointed with her, but he was on edge, poised, ready to act if necessary. "You speak on what we will not do," Zeus said. "But what would you have us do when the world suffers beneath a storm of your mother's creation?"
"Were you not ready to watch the world suffer minutes ago?" Persephone countered.
It was not what she wished for, of course. It was the last thing she wanted. But she felt as though these gods were seconds away from sending her back to her mother, and Persephone would not go. She would have Hades. She would have the world, one way or the other.
Are you suggesting we allow it to continue? Hestia asked. I'm suggesting you punish the source of the storm, she said. You forget, no one has been able to locate Demeter. Is there no god here who is all-seeing? There was laughter. You speak of Helios, said Artemis. He will not help us. He will not help you because you love Hades, and Hades stole his cattle. Still, she stared at Zeus despite the other replies. Are you not king of gods? Is Helios not here by your grace? Helios is the god of the sun, Hera said. His role is important, more important than a minor goddess' obsessive love. If he were so great, could he not melt the snowstorm that ravages the earth? Enough! Zeus's voice echoed in the chamber, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon her. Persephone felt her insides shake. She did not like Zeus's gaze, did not like whatever thoughts were churning inside his head. Still, when he spoke, she was pleased by his words. You have given us much to consider, goddess. We will search for Demeter, all of us. If she is in league with Triad, let her admit it and face punishment. Until that point, however, I will defer judgment on your wedding to Hades a little while longer. Hera glared at her husband, clearly unsatisfied with this choice. Thank you, Lord Zeus, she said, bowing her head. She hated speaking the words or thinking too long upon why he'd made this decision. She had a feeling he hoped to somehow gain her favor. Persephone's eyes shifted to Hades as Zeus continued. On this night, we will say goodbye to Tyche. One by one, the gods vanished from the room. See you later, Zephy, Hermes said. Hades left his throne, and Persephone spoke as he approached. I'm sorry. I know you asked that I stay hidden, but I couldn't. Not when they wished... He silenced her with a kiss. It seared her lips and her mouth, and when he pulled away, he held her face. You were wonderful, he said. Truly. Her eyes watered. I thought they would take me from you. Never, he whispered, and he spoke the word over and over again like a prayer, a desperate plea, until she almost believed it. Chapter 21. A Touch of Fear. The pyre upon which Tyche rested was beautiful, marble, set with emeralds and rubies, and dusted with gold. Upon it were stacks of wood, and atop that Tyche herself. Her face and limbs were pale white, bathed in moonlight, her body draped in black silk. Her hair, as dark as midnight, spilled over the edge of the pyre. The gods stood several feet away in an arc, while other residents of Olympus gathered behind them. There were no words spoken as Hephaestus lit the pyre with his magic. The flames were small at first, but consumed quickly, and Persephone couldn't look away. My mother has done this, she thought. Her eyes watered as the air filled with smoke. The sprigs of lavender and rosemary, meant to help cover the smell, could not mask the overwhelming scent of burning flesh. Hades' arms tightened around her waist. Tyche's death was not your fault, he said. She felt the vibration of his voice against her back. She did not feel at fault, but she did wonder who would be next. How soon until her mother and Triad struck again? Where do gods go when they die? Persephone asked. They come to me, powerless, he said, and I give them a role in the underworld. What kind of role? Persephone was curious, given the bargains he made with mortals. It depends on what challenged them in their life as a god. Tyche, though, she always wanted to be a mother, so I will gift her with the children's garden. Something thick gathered in her throat, and it took her several moments to swallow it down. Will we be able to speak with her about the way she died? Persephone hated to ask, but she wanted to know Tyche's story just as they knew Harmonia's.
Not immediately,
he answered,
but within the week.
Persephone did not relish the idea of asking Tyche to relive her death, especially once she was in the underworld. It was supposed to be a space of renewal and healing. But they could not fight this enemy if they did not know what they were dealing with. Her gaze lingered on the flames consuming the goddess until they dwindled, and nothing but the bright, blurred image of embers remained. It was late when Persephone woke. The hazy light of the underworld filtered in through the windows. She rolled, surprised to find Hades lying beside her.
You're awake,
he murmured. He lay on his side, hair down, eyes shadowed. Yes, she whispered. Have you slept?
I have been awake for a while.
It was his way of answering no. Hades brushed her lips with his fingers.
It is a blessing to watch you sleep.
With so much happening, Persephone hadn't thought much about her nightmares. Since Hades had brought Hypnos to visit her, they'd remained at bay, though Persephone doubted that had much to do with the god of sleep and more to do with the fact that she had been healing from severe injuries. They stared at one another for a long moment, and then Persephone let her head fall to Hades' chest. He was warm, and she could feel and hear his heart beating against her ear, a steady rhythm that kept pace for her. Did Tyche make it across the river? Persephone asked.
Yes, Hecate was there to greet her. They are very good friends.
That was comforting. Hades' thumb brushed lightly up and down her lower back. His hands were warm. The movement lulled her, making her eyes heavy with sleep.
I would like to train with you today,
Hades said after a moment. I would like that, she said. She had trained with Hades before and always learned something. He was gentle and patient in his instruction, and it inevitably resulted in sex.
I don't think you will,
Hades said. Persephone pushed away just enough to meet his gaze. Why do you say that? His gaze bore into hers. A darkness lingered there as deep and as ancient as his magic.
Just remember that I love you.
Persephone felt a deep sense of dread as she stood opposite Hades at the center of her grove. It was the way he was looking at her, as if he'd buried all his warmth. He was dressed in a short black chiton that showed off his powerful arms and thighs. Her gaze drifted over his skin, the rise and fall of his muscles, and when she found her way back to his eyes, a deep ache settled in her chest. He stared back, emotionless, when desire would normally ignite his eyes. Then he spoke, his voice low and gruff, shivering down her spine.
I will not watch you bleed again,
he said. Teach me, she breathed. She'd requested the same of him the night they'd met, when she had invited him to her table to play cards. Then she hadn't understood what she was really asking. She wasn't sure she understood now, but the difference was this god loved her. You love me, she whispered.
I do.
But the truth of it wasn't written on his face. He looked severe, the hollow of his cheeks deep and shadowed. Then the air around them changed, growing heavy and charged. She had felt this before, in the forest of despair when Hades' magic had risen to challenge her own. It raised the hair upon her arms and made her heartbeat feel sluggish in her chest. Then everything went silent. Persephone hadn't even noticed the noise before. She just knew there was an absence of it now. She glanced at the silvery trees that surrounded them, at the dark canopy overhead. And then she noticed movement to her left and right. Before she had time to react, something shadowy passed through her, shaking her very bones, jarring her soul. It wasn't exactly painful, but it did steal her breath. She fell to her knees, her stomach churning. She wanted to vomit. What the fuck?
Shadow wraiths are death and shadow magic,
Hades said, matter of fact.
They are attempting to reap your soul.
Persephone struggled to catch her breath, lifting her eyes to meet Hades. His expression sent a strange current of fear through her, and the most unnerving part about the feeling was that she had never feared him before. Are you trying to kill me? Hades' cold laugh chilled her to the bone.
Shadow wraiths cannot claim your soul unless your thread has been cut, but they can make you violently ill.
Persephone swallowed, still tasting the sour film at the back of her throat as she rose to her feet on shaking legs.
If you were fighting any other Olympian, any enemy, they would have never let you up.
How do I fight when I do not know what power you will use against me?
You will never know,
he said. She stared at him for a beat, and then something emerged from the earth beneath her feet, a clawed black hand. It closed around her ankle and jerked. She fell forward as it pulled, dragging her into the pit from which it had emerged. She shoved her hands out to break her fall, and felt a sharp pain in her wrist as she landed. "Hades!" Persephone cried, clawing at the dirt in an effort to anchor herself, her heart racing with fear and adrenaline. She rolled and sat up as quickly as possible, her hands going for the strange claw that held her ankle like a vice. But when she tried to pry it away, sharp thorns jutted from it, piercing her skin. Persephone jerked back, growling before summoning a huge thorn from her skin and stabbing the creature that held her. Black blood oozed from it, but it let go and disappeared into the earth. Before she could turn, another shadow passed through her. This time she arched, screaming as she fell to the ground. On the floor of the grove, she struggled to breathe, and her vision blurred.
"Better,"
she heard Hades say.
"But you gave me your back."
He loomed over her, a true god of the dead, a shadow darkening her vision. She hated feeling like he was the enemy. She turned her head so he couldn't see the tears threatening. Her fingers curled into fists. Thorns sprouted from the earth, but Hades vanished before they had a chance to entangle him. She rolled onto her hands and knees and found him across the clearing.
"Your hand gave away your intentions. Summon your magic with your mind, without movement."
"I thought you said you would teach me," she said, her voice quivering.
"I am teaching you," he said. "This is what will become of you if you face a god in battle. You must be prepared for anything, for everything."
Persephone stared down at her hands. They were bloodied and dirty, and she had only been training 5 minutes. But in that time, Hades had succeeded in illustrating just how ill-equipped she was to handle any kind of battle. She remembered Hecate's speech.
"Mark my words, Persephone, you will become one of the most powerful goddesses of our time."
She laughed humorlessly. How was she supposed to become that powerful, that controlled, when faced with gods who had spent lifetimes honing their power? Except that she had possessed such power. In the Forest of Despair, she had used Hades' power against him, and it had felt cruel and agonizing, and it tasted like sorrow, bitter and acrid.
"Up, Persephone! No other god would have waited."
"I will coax the darkness from you," he'd whispered before he had explored her body for the first time. And right now, those words dug into her, unraveling threads of darkness. She stood, shaking, not from the battering her body had taken, but from frustration, from anger. The earth began to shake, and pieces of rock rose from the ground. In response, Hades' magic surrounded her, an army of smoke and shadow. It should feel wrong, contrary to her own magic, but Hades had never been the enemy. Except right now, she reminded herself. Right now, he was. As the rock and pieces of earth rose, Hades' shadows did too, barreling toward her. She watched them, focused on them, forced them to slow, and held out her hand, not to stop it, but to harness it. The magic seeped into her skin. It was a strange feeling, tangible, as it twined with her blood. And when she opened her hand, black claws protruded from the tips of her fingers. Hades smiled. "Good," he said. And then Persephone hit her knees. Her chest felt as though it had imploded, all her breath stolen by whatever invisible force had hit her. As she struck the ground, every fear she'd possessed over her short life was suddenly clawing its way from her throat. All of a sudden, Demeter stood before her. "Mother!" She yanked Persephone up by her wrist. It was still sore from her fall earlier, and the jerk sent a sharper pain through her. Crying out, Demeter laughed. "Kore," she said, and Persephone winced at the name. "I knew this day would come." Persephone struggled to free herself, to grasp her power, but it would not rise to her call. "You will be mine, forever." "But the fates have unraveled your destiny," she said, and teleported. The smell of Demeter's magic made Persephone want to vomit. She manifested inside the walls of a glass box. Outside was Demeter. Persephone charged the glass, hitting and kicking, screaming at the top of her lungs. "I hate you! I hate you!" "Perhaps now," she said. "But in a millennium you will have only me. Enjoy watching your world die." Everything went dark, and suddenly she was surrounded by images. All around her were screens upon which the lives of her friends and enemies played out. Passing by, as she remained the same within her prison, even Lexa had a space, a stagnant image of her weather-worn headstone. She watched as the lives of Sybil, Hermes, Laocoe, Apollo, and more continued without her. Sybil thrived and died. Hermes and Apollo spiraled, and Laocoe returned to Hades. Hades, her lover, her true soulmate, welcomed her to his bed. She watched as he found solace in the body of another, in Laocoe, who was left, and other women she did not recognize. They came, a revolving door, and Hades emptied himself in each, breathing hard in the crook of their necks until he was left spent and still alone. Persephone's fingers dug into the palms of her hands. Her throat bled as she screamed at him and cursed him. "You said you would burn this world for me, and yet it lives and it thrives, and you exist within it, without me." She took her anger out upon the walls, but even her rage wasn't strong enough to summon her power. As she stood there, watching Hades' world continue without her, she swore she would end it. She would end him. Persephone. Her name, the way it was spoken, a soft, breathless whisper, drew her attention down, and she met Hades' gaze. Suddenly the world was different, as if she had escaped her cage and now stood at the center of a burning battlefield. On the ground at her feet lay Hades, eyes glassy, the crease of his lips full of blood and spilling down his face. Persephone fell to her knees. "Hades." Her voice was different, strained. She brushed his hair from his face, and despite the blood, he smiled at her. I thought I'd never see you again." "I'm here," she whispered. He lifted a hand and brushed a finger along her cheek. She inhaled, closing her eyes until his touch fell away, and when she opened them, she found that he had closed his. "Hades!" She placed her hands upon his face, and his eyes opened into slits. "Stay with me," she begged. "I cannot," he said. "What do you mean you can't?" she said. "You can heal yourself. Heal!" His eyes were open wider now, and his expression sad.
"Persephone," he said, "it's over."
"No," she said, shaking her head. She threaded her fingers through his matted hair and smoothed her hands over his chest. Hades' hands clamped down upon hers.
"Persephone, look at me,"
he commanded. It was the strongest his voice had sounded since she'd found him lying here.
"You were my only love, my heart and my soul. My world began and ended with you, my sun, stars, and sky. I will never forget you, but I will forgive you."
Tears burned her eyes and thickened in her throat. "Forgive me?" It was like those words made her more aware of her surroundings and the horror around her. She suddenly realized where she was and remembered the events that had preceded this. She was in the underworld, and it burned. There was nothing left of the lush and elegant beauty Hades had created. Not the gardens or the village of Asphodel, not even the palace loomed upon the horizon. In their place were fire and thorns. They were thick and spiraling, gathering debris like a needle through thread. And it was one of those branches that had pierced Hades through the stomach. "No!" She tried to command the branch to vanish, and when that didn't work, she tried to break it, but her hand slipped on Hades' blood. "No, please, Hades, I didn't mean—"
"I know,"
he said, quiet.
"I love you."
"Don't," she begged. Tears streamed down her face. Her throat hurt, her chest hurt. "You said you wouldn't leave. You promised." But Hades did not move again, and Persephone's screams filled the silence as her pain manifested into darkness. Later, she woke, surrounded by the familiar scent of spice and ash, her body cradled gently against a hard chest. She opened her eyes and found herself within Hades' arms. The shock of seeing him well and unharmed made her skin feel too tight and tingly.
"You did well,"
he said. His words only served to summon a fresh wave of emotion. Her lips quivered, and she covered her face as she began to cry.
"It's okay,"
Hades said. His arms tightened around her, and his lips pressed into her hair.
"I'm here."
She only sobbed harder. She worked to collect herself, to rein in her emotion, because she needed distance from him and this space where she had witnessed horror that had felt so real. She struggled free of his grasp.
"Persephone."
She got to her feet and turned on him. He sat on the ground, looking much the same as when they started, completely unchanged by what had occurred, and that only served to anger her more. "That was cruel." Her throat hurt as she spoke, rasped and ruined. "Whatever that was, it was cruel."
"It was necessary," Hades said. "You must learn—"
"You could have warned me," she said. "Do you even know what I saw?" His jaw tightened, and she knew he did. "What if the roles had been reversed?" His eyes went flat.
"They have been reversed,"
he said. She flinched. Was that some kind of punishment?
"Persephone."
He tried to reach for her, but she took a step away. "Don't!" She put her hands up to stop him. "I need time. Alone."
"I don't want you to go," he said.
She didn't know what to say, so she shrugged. "I don't think it's your choice." She vanished, but not before hearing Hades utter a low and guttural growl. Chapter 22. A Touch of Regret. Persephone appeared in a bathroom. As she landed, she went to her knees and vomited into the toilet. She wasn't there long when she heard her name. "Persephone?" Sibyl's confused voice came from nearby, and the goddess looked up to find the oracle in the doorway, a knife in hand. "Oh my gods, what happened?" She came farther into the room. and Persephone put up her hand to stop her from approaching. "It's okay. I'm okay," she said, heaving once again. There were a few long seconds when she couldn't speak, and Sybil approached, drawing her tangled hair away from her face and placing a cool cloth against her forehead. When the nausea passed, Persephone sat back against the tub, her body sagging with exhaustion. Sybil took a seat nearby. She had no idea what she must look like, but if her hands were any sort of indication, it must be bad. They were dirty and bruised, her nails torn and bloodied, and there was a soreness in her wrist that reminded her of her earlier fall. "Will you tell me what happened?" Sybil asked. "It's a long story," she answered. But really, she didn't want to think about it right now because she wasn't sure she could keep from getting sick, and she had nothing left to throw up. Just thinking of having to recall details made her stomach churn. "I have time," Sybil said. Movement came from the door, and for a heartbeat, Persephone thought Hades might have followed her to Sybil's, but instead she found a familiar face staring back. "Harmonia?" Persephone asked, her brows knitting together. "What are you doing here?" She smiled, holding Opal in her arms. "Hanging out," she said. "Are you all right?" "I will be," she replied, and then looked at Sybil. "Can I take a bath?" "Of course," Sybil said. "I'll get you some clothes." Persephone waited to move until Sybil returned. She placed a set of clothes on the countertop near the sink, along with a towel and washcloth. "Thanks, Syl," Persephone whispered. The oracle hesitated in the doorway, frowning. "Are you sure you're okay, Persephone?" "I will be," she said, and then smiled faintly. "Promise." "I'll make you some tea," she said before closing the door. Persephone rose and started the faucet, letting it run hot until the steam wafted in the air and fogged the mirror. She peeled off her clothes and lowered herself into the waiting water. Completely immersed, she closed her eyes and focused on healing everything that ached, her scratched throat, bruised body, and sprained wrist. Once she felt a little more whole, she drew her knees to her chest and buried her face into her arms and sobbed until the water was cold. After, she rose, dried off, and dressed. She found Sybil in the living room alone, a cup of tea waiting. The oracle sat cross-legged on the couch with the television on, but Persephone didn't recognize the program, and Sybil didn't seem to be paying attention either. She had a deck of oracle cards in hand and was shuffling them. "Where is Harmonia?" she asked. "She left," Sybil said. "Oh," Persephone said, taking a seat beside Sybil. "I hope she didn't leave because of me." She couldn't help feeling like she had interrupted something, though she supposed she really had. She'd come to Sybil's because it was the only place she felt she could go, and she knew it would be safe. "Of course not," Sybil replied. "She left because Aphrodite would come looking for her." "She is very protective of her sister," Persephone said. "I did not know you two were friends." "We connected shortly after we met outside your office," Sybil said. There was a long pause. The sound of Sybil's shuffling continued a little while longer, until she stopped and looked at Persephone. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" Persephone sat quietly before taking a sip of tea and setting it aside. "Everything is falling apart," she whispered. "Oh, Persephone," Sybil said. "Everything is coming together." At her words, she lay her head in Sybil's lap and cried. Persephone woke later to Sybil's alarm. She'd fallen asleep on the couch without returning to the underworld. She rose to get ready, borrowing Sybil's clothes, a pair of thick tights, a skirt, and a button-up.
"We were supposed to visit the construction site for the Halcyon project today, but had to reschedule because of the weather,"
Sybil said as she poured Persephone a cup of coffee. Persephone frowned. She hoped Zeus kept his word and truly searched for Demeter. Better yet, she hoped the Olympians could convince her to cease her attack.
"It's not your fault, you know," Sybil said.
"It is," Persephone said. "I am sure you saw this coming before it even happened." The oracle shook her head.
"No, I would only be able to see what my God wanted me to see," she answered. "But you are not in control of your mother's actions."
"Then why do I feel so responsible?"
"Because she is hurting people and blaming you," Sybil said. "And she is wrong to do so."
Demeter may be wrong, but the burden was still heavy. She thought of the people who had died in that terrible crash on the highway. She would never forget receiving so many souls into the underworld at once, or how she'd watched as their dreams left them as they passed beneath the elm, or the guilt that could still cling to a soul even after they passed through the gates. She knew it would not be the last time something like that happened, though she'd prefer her mother not be responsible. Persephone sighed and took a drink of her coffee, setting it aside as they left Sybil's apartment. They decided to walk the short distance to Alexandria Tower in the cold. Persephone considered teleporting, but part of her wanted to experience what her mother's magic was doing firsthand. She sought to feed her anger and frustration, and it worked. The walk was miserable. Snow and ice hit their faces, and their feet slid on snow, compacted on the sidewalk. Ice broke apart from towering high-rises and skyscrapers, crashing to the ground with enough impact to injure or damage. By the time they made it up the icy steps and into the tower, they were frozen. "Good morning, my lady," Ivy said, coming around her desk, a coffee in each hand. "Good morning, Miss Kairos." She handed the cups to each of them. "Ivy, are you a magician?" Persephone asked as she took a sip of coffee, letting the steam warm her nose. "I'm always prepared, my lady," she answered. Sybil started up the stairs, and as Persephone began to follow, Ivy spoke. "My lady, I'm not sure you've had a chance to read the papers this morning, but I think you'll want to start with New Athens news." Dread settled in Persephone's stomach. "It's not good," she said as her mossy eyes met Persephone's. "I didn't think it would be." Persephone headed upstairs to her office. After Persephone was settled, she pulled up the news. The bold headline read, "Meet Theseus, the demigod leader of Triad." The article was written by Helen and began by giving an overview of Theseus. She called him a son of Poseidon, charming and well-educated. The description made Persephone feel nauseous, considering she'd met the demigod and he'd made her uneasy. The article continued.
Theseus joined Triad after witnessing several men get away with murder, despite their crimes being witnessed by mortals and divine alike.
"I still remember their names,"
says Theseus.
"Epidaurus, Sinus, Chiron. They were thieves and murderers, and they were allowed to continue their crime sprees despite the prayers of locals. I was tired of watching the world worship gods for their beauty and power rather than their actions."
Theseus added,
"Gods do not think in terms of good and bad, justice or injustice. I'll give you an example. Hades, god of the underworld, allows criminals to continue breaking the law so long as they serve him."
Persephone's teeth clenched tight, her fingers digging into the screen of her tablet. While not completely untrue, Theseus's statement was misleading. Persephone had learned upon her first visit to Iniquity that Hades was heavily involved in the criminal underworld of New Greece. He had a network of criminals at his beck and call, and they all paid a debt to continue their business in the form of a charity. Persephone did not know the extent of Hades' reach, but from what little she knew, he ruled it. Persephone read on. Soon, Theseus, the son of an Olympian, found himself leading Triad down a new path, a peaceful path.
I was horrified at the early history of Triad, the bombs and the shootings. It was barbaric. Besides, why not let the gods speak for themselves? I knew it wouldn't take long for one, or many, to execute their wrath upon the world. I was right.
In a fit of anger, Persephone threw her tablet. It landed with a crash against the wall and then shattered on the floor. There was silence, and then the door opened. Laiki poked her head in.
Are you okay?
As the nymph entered, the door hit the tablet she'd thrown. Laiki paused, staring down at it, and then picked it up.
Helen make you angry?
She asked. It's intentional, Persephone said. She is antagonizing me just as Triad attempts to antagonize the gods.
You aren't wrong,
Laiki said, setting the broken tablet on Persephone's desk.
Helen does not even know what she believes. She's merely a follower. Somehow she thought that path lay with Theseus. I have no doubt she will come to regret that decision.
She would. Persephone would see to that.
Shall I order you a new tablet?
Please, Persephone said.
Of course.
Laiki left, and as she closed the door behind her, Hades appeared in front of it, manifesting in coils of dark smoke. He was exhausted. His face was drawn with shadows that told her he had not slept last night. A pang of guilt hit her square in the chest. He'd probably stayed up agonizing over his actions and her words. Do you need something? She asked. Hades reached behind him and turned the lock into place.
We need to talk,
he said. Persephone pushed away from her desk, but remained seated. Talk, she said. He approached, massive frame practically filling the room, body rigid, and she thought he must be angry with her, which made her frustrated. It was he who had taken their training too far. And yet, even she realized the value of what Hades had been teaching. No other god would have been merciful. Hades knelt before her, and his hands spread out over her knees.
I am sorry, he said, holding her gaze. I went too far.
Persephone swallowed and looked away. It was hard to hold his gaze, given that all she could recall right now was how he'd looked in death. You never told me you had the power to summon fears, she said, her voice quiet.
Was there ever a time to speak of it?
There wasn't. She knew that. Still, it was part of her desire to know everything about him. The powers he possessed, the charities he maintained, the deals he made. When she didn't respond, Hades spoke.
If you will let me, I'd like to train you differently, he said. I'll leave the magic to Hecate, and instead I will help you study the powers of the gods.
Persephone's brows rose. You would do that?
I would do anything if it meant protecting you, he said. And since you will not agree to being locked away in the underworld, this is the alternative.
She smiled at him. I'm sorry I left, she said.
I do not blame you, he said. It is not very different from what I did when I took you to Lamprey. Sometimes it's very hard to exist in the place where you experience terror.
Persephone swallowed hard. That's exactly what it had been, and it had all felt so real.
Are you angry with me?
Hades whispered. Persephone looked at him again. No, I know what you were trying to do.
I would like to tell you that I will protect you from everyone and everything, he said. And I would keep you safe forever within the walls of my realm. But I know what you wish is to protect yourself.
She nodded, and within his gaze she saw the conflict of his soul. He would have to let her hurt so that she could be powerful. "Thank you," she whispered. He smiled faintly, and then her eyes shifted to the copy of New Athens News on her desk, darkening. "I assume you have already read this," she said.
"Ilias sent it this morning," Hades said. "Theseus is playing with fire and he knows it."
"Do you think Zeus will act?" Last time Zeus had spoken out against Triad, many faithful mortals had organized to hunt down its members. The problem was, not every person who identified as impious was a member of Triad. Still, they were slain.
"I do not know,"
he admitted.
"I do not think my brother sees Triad as a threat. He does, however, see your mother's association as dangerous, which is why he shifted his focus to her."
"What will become of her if Zeus can find her?"
"If she ceases her attack upon the upper world, probably nothing."
Again she heard Demeter's voice.
"Consequences for gods? No, daughter, there are none."
"You mean she will get away with the murder of Tyche?" Hades did not speak. "She must be punished, Hades."
"She will be,"
he replied.
"Eventually."
"Not only in Tartarus, Hades."
"In time, Persephone,"
Hades said gently, and his touch shifted from her knees to her hands, which she had curled into tight fists.
"No one, not the gods, certainly not me, will keep you from retribution."
There was silence, and then Hades rose.
"Come,"
he said, slipping his fingers between hers and drawing her to her feet. Her brows drew together. "Where are we going?"
"I just wanted to kiss you,"
he said, bringing his mouth to hers. His magic surfaced, and she felt the familiar pull of teleportation. When they drew apart, they stood in the middle of a clearing in the upper world. It was covered in snow and surrounded by thick trees, bent with ice. Still, it was beautiful. When she turned, she found a building. Halcyon. It was still under construction, just a skeleton of the structure it would become. But it was clear it would be magnificent. "Oh," Persephone breathed.
"I cannot wait for you to see it in the spring," he said. "You will love the gardens."
"I love it all," she said. "I love it now." She looked at Hades then, at the snow in his hair and on his lashes. "I love you." Hades kissed her before guiding her through the labyrinth that would be Halcyon. The walls were up, the drywall in place. He named each room as if he knew the layout by heart. Reception and dining, community and residence rooms, and spaces for various types of therapy. Finally, they came to a space on the top floor after climbing several sets of stairs. It was a large room that overlooked the garden that would be dedicated to Lexa. In the distance, all the way around the room, Persephone could see the misty skyline of New Athens. It was breathtaking. "What room is this?" she asked.
"Your office,"
Hades said. "Mine? But I
have an office at every business I own. Why shouldn't you?" he said. "And even if you did not work here often, we'll put it to use."
Persephone laughed, and Hades smiled in return. They stared at one another for a moment. There was a tension between them she wanted to mend. It did not come from their anger or their distance, but from something far more primal. She felt it within her, a pull tied so deep it made her bones ache. She shivered.
"We should return,"
Hades said. Still, neither of them moved. "Hades," Persephone whispered his name, an invitation. In the next second, their mouths collided. Hades pressed into her, his erection hard between her hips as she hit the wall. His hands curled around her wrists as he pinned them beside her head.
I need you, he breathed, kissing down her jaw and neck. His hands moved, fingers pressing firmly into her ass, bunching her skirt. Persephone's breath came fast, fingers fumbling for the buttons of his shirt. She wanted to feel the heat of his skin against hers. Stop that! Apollo appeared only a few feet away. He looked annoyed, as if he were the one who was interrupted. He was dressed casually, in jeans and a white tunic-style shirt that had a laced V-neck. His curls were unruly and fell playfully against his forehead. Go away, Apollo, Hades growled, still working his way down Persephone's neck to her collarbone. Hades, her fingers tightened around the lapels of his jacket. No can do, Lord of the Underworld, Apollo said. We have an event. Hades sighed, which sounded more like a growl, and pried himself from Persephone. She worked to catch her breath and straightened her skirt and blouse. What do you mean we have an event? She asked. Today's the first of the Panhellenic Games, he said. She'd completely forgotten about the games. The chariot races were tonight. That isn't until tonight, she argued. So? I need you now. For what? Does it matter? He asked. We have a— Don't, Hades snapped, and Apollo shut his mouth. She asked you a question, Apollo. Answer it. Persephone looked at Hades, surprised by his comment. The god narrowed his violet eyes, crossing his arms over his chest. I fucked up. I need your help, he admitted, glaring away from them. You needed help, and yet you wish to command it from her? Hades, he demands your attention, Persephone, has your friendship only because of a bargain, and when you needed him before all those Olympians, he was silent. That's enough, Hades, Persephone said. She did not fault Apollo for not speaking up at council. What was there to say? Apollo is my friend, bargain or not. I will speak to him about what bothers me. Hades stared at her for a moment, and then kissed her again, deeply and far longer than appropriate with an audience. When he pulled away, he said, I will join you at the games later. When he vanished, she turned to Apollo. He really doesn't like you. He rolled his eyes. That's nothing new. Come on, I need a drink. Chapter 23. A Lover's Quarrel. Vodka? Apollo asked as he poured himself a glass. He stood on the other side of the island in his pristine kitchen. Persephone had only been to Apollo's penthouse once, when she was helping Sybil move. It was a modern space with large windows and a monochrome color scheme. If she didn't know how regimented Apollo was, she'd assumed no one lived here. But the god was known for discipline, and that extended to his surroundings. He kept everything perfectly organized and clean. Even his stainless steel appliances were unmarred, a feat that deserved an award. It's 10 a.m, Apollo, Persephone pointed out, sitting at the breakfast bar opposite him. Your point? She sighed. No, Apollo, I don't want vodka. He shrugged. Suit yourself, he said, downing the glass. You're an alcoholic. Hades is an alcoholic, Apollo said. He wasn't wrong. So you need my advice? Persephone asked, changing the subject. Apollo poured another drink and consumed it again. She watched him, waiting, noting how much he looked like Hermes in this moment. It was in the set of his jaw and the puckering of his brows. They could not deny their shared blood. I fucked up, he admitted at last. I figured, she said mildly, maintaining his gaze even as he narrowed his violet eyes in annoyance. Rude, he shot back. Persephone sighed. Apollo, just tell me what happened. She knew he was stalling, and she wanted him to spit it out before he polished off that bottle of vodka. Not that it would faze him much.
She just wanted him to hurry this along before she decided she needed a drink.
I kissed Hector.
Persephone blinked, a little shocked by his admission. I thought you liked Ajax.
How did you know about Ajax?
At the palestra, you kept looking at him, she said. She didn't mention that he had smelled different when he'd come to Aphrodite's. Some other scent had been mixed into his magic, and she'd recognized it as Ajax's when he'd helped her in the field. Apollo frowned. Why did you kiss Hector? He scrubbed his face with his hands.
I don't know, he moaned. I was angry with Ajax, and Hector was there, and I thought, why not see what this is about? And then Ajax walked in.
Oh, Apollo. She could see his misery. It was so blatant within his gaze, it hurt her heart.
I don't even know why I care. I swore I would never do this again.
Do what again?
This! Love!
Suddenly she understood. Apollo was referring to Hyacinth, the Spartan prince he'd fallen for ages ago. The mortal had died in a horrible accident. Later he would go to Hades and beg the god of the dead to throw him in Tartarus so that he would not have to live in a world without his love. But Hades refused, and Apollo sought revenge in the arms of Laocoe. Apollo,
don't pity me.
I'm not. I don't, she said. But Hyacinth's death wasn't your fault.
Yes, it was, he said. I was not the only god who loved Hyacinth, and when he chose me, Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, grew jealous. It was his wind that changed the trajectory of my throw, his wind that resulted in the death of Hyacinth.
Then his death is Zephyrus's fault, Persephone said. Apollo shook his head.
You do not understand. Even now I see it happening with Ajax. Hector grows jealous every day. The fight he picked with Ajax at the palestra was not the first.
What if Ajax likes you? Persephone asked. What if he's willing to fight for you? Will you decide not to pursue him out of fear?
It is not fear,
Apollo started, and then looked away angrily. Then what is it?
I don't want to fuck this up. I'm not a good person now. What happens when I lose again? Do I become evil then?
Apollo, Persephone said as gently as she could. If you are worried that you will become evil, then you have more humanity than you think. He gave her a look that begged to differ. You should talk to Ajax, she said. And though she offered the advice, she knew how hard it was to communicate. It had been her greatest challenge when it came to her relationship with Hades. In part, she blamed her mother. Over the years, Persephone had become accustomed to staying quiet, even when she had an opinion or a desire, fearing the consequences, namely her mother's scorn. Hades was the first person who welcomed her insight, and she had to admit it was still hard to believe that he actually wanted to know what she thought.
He doesn't want me.
You don't know that.
I do, because he said so.
Persephone just stared at the god. A deep frown pulled at his mouth, and his eyes held a pain she could only compare to what she'd felt when she'd been in the forest of despair. What exactly did he say? She asked. He sighed, clearly frustrated.
We were kissing and everything was great, and then he pushed me away and said, I can't do this, and left.
Persephone lifted a brow. He was definitely leaving something out. You're sure that's what he said?
Yes,
Apollo hissed.
He might be deaf, but he can definitely speak, Persephone.
That doesn't mean he doesn't want you, Persephone said.
What else is it supposed to mean?
You were supposed to, I don't know, chase him.
The last time I chased someone, they begged to be turned into a tree.
This is different, Persephone said, frustrated. She paused a moment and then sighed. Did Ajax kiss you back? A pink tint made its way to Apollo's cheeks, and Persephone had to bite her cheek to keep from giggling. It was strange to see the egotistical god of music embarrassed.
Yes, he kissed me back, which is why I don't understand. How could he not want me?
He didn't say he didn't want you. He said he couldn't do this, which could have meant anything. It could have meant, I can't do this right now. You don't know until you ask.
Well, now I can't ask because I kissed Hector.
That's exactly why you need to talk to him, Persephone argued. Would you have Ajax think you do not care for him?
Why should I care what he thinks?
She recognized his response as a defense mechanism. Anytime something didn't go his way, he immediately decided it wasn't worth his time or energy. Apollo, you are an idiot. He glared.
You're supposed to be my friend.
If you're looking for someone to praise your every decision, turn to your worshippers. Friends tell you the truth. He didn't look at her, choosing instead to glare at the wall, so she continued. Talk to Ajax, Apollo, and Hector.
Hector? Why?
Because you owe him an explanation too, she said. You kissed him, which means now he has reason to believe there's more between you than before. The god frowned, and after a moment he mumbled,
I said I'd never do this again.
You cannot help how you feel.
I knew better, he argued. I am not good for anyone, Seph.
She sat there, shaking her head, feeling defeated for him. Hyacinth didn't think that, she said, her voice quiet. I'm betting Ajax doesn't either. The god of music scoffed.
What do you know? You're only here because of a bargain, and you're only in that bargain because you refused to communicate with Hades.
Persephone's lips flattened, and her chest ached at Apollo's words. She knew that well enough. She was reminded of it often, every time she wanted to call and talk to Lexa, or go to lunch with her best friend, every time she entered Elysium. She managed to blink enough to keep her tears at bay and cleared her throat. A decision I will regret for the rest of my life. She gave no clarification before she vanished from Apollo's sight. Chapter 24. The Chariot Races. Persephone arrived at Teleria Stadium with Sybil, Laoki, and Zophie. From the outside, the arena looked more like a marble building with stacked columns and archways of reflective windows. On a normal July day, they would mirror the beauty of the setting sun. Instead, they were packed with ice. Despite the weather, people were everywhere, making their way through the snow toward one of many entrances around the stadium.
It says here there are 8 heroes competing, said Laoki, looking at her phone.
The glow made her white eyes spark. 3 women and 5 men.
There should be more women,
Zophie said, who sat beside Laoki and still towered over them.
We handle pain far better.
They laughed. Does Hades have a hero in the games, Persephone? Sybil asked. Her hair was pulled back into a curled ponytail, and she'd changed into something a little less formal after work, now sporting jeans and a pink New Athens University hoodie. Not that I'm aware, Persephone said. Hades had never chosen a hero, not in the games and not in battle, though he had resurrected them.
Chariot races were never my favorite,
Laoki said, wrinkling her nose. She was probably recalling something from her life in the ancient world. Why? Persephone asked.
Because they're bloody. Why do you think they begin the games with them? To weed out competitors,
Zophie said, a menacing gleam in her eyes. That filled Persephone with a sense of dread, and she worried for the competitors, in particular Ajax. She knew he was skilled, but if anything happened to him, Apollo would be devastated. Do not worry, Sybil said. They train for this.
Training means nothing when it comes to animals,
said Sophie.
Antony pulled around to the back of the stadium and parked at a private entrance where only a handful of people lingered. They left the comfort of the limo and stepped into the chill evening. Persephone had chosen to wear a white dress, a black blazer, and thick black stockings. Still, the wind cut through them. Once inside, they were led into an elevator to the top floor, where they were taken to a private suite. It was a modern monochrome space with a bar, black leather couches, and large televisions on display in every corner of the room that played footage from previous games and interviews with heroes. A platform of seats were positioned near a large floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the arena, which looked exactly like the practice area at the Palestra of Delphi.
"This is nice," said Laiki, approaching the windows. "Can we not sit closer?" Sophie asked. "I do not wish to eat dirt, Sophie," said Laiki, "or die. Have you not seen how those chariots crash?"
Persephone's eyes shifted to Sybil, wondering if she would be comfortable here given that the space was so reminiscent of Apollo. But the oracle smiled.
"I am well, Persephone," she said.
The four ordered drinks from the bar.
"Whiskey, please," Persephone said. "Neat."
"Whiskey?"
Laiki asked, raising a brow.
"Aren't you a wino?"
She shrugged. "I tried some of Hades' whiskey the other night, and I liked it." Their orders came, and Persephone sipped her drink, enjoying the flavor and the smell, and it made her wish Hades was here already.
"Sephi!"
She spun, finding Hermes approaching dressed in a white blazer, slacks, and a light blue shirt. He looked comfortable and handsome.
"Hermes, I did not know you would be in this suite." "Looks like it's you, me, some Olympians, and any playthings they choose to bring," he said,
and Persephone's eyes widened.
"You're sharing, Sephi!"
She almost groaned. The last thing she wanted to do was be in the same room with Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Ares. Suddenly, Sophie's idea of sitting on the front lines, despite its dangers, sounded like the better option. Persephone took a bigger drink. Soon gods began to arrive with their favored in tow, and the room grew warm and fragrant with magic. The first to arrive was Artemis. Beautiful and athletic, she wore a short dress and her hair slicked back into a tight, straight ponytail. As she entered, she halted, frowning at Hermes and then at Persephone.
"It's you," she said.
"She has a name, Artemis," said Hermes. "Play nice."
"I am playing nice,"
she said, but her approach was predatory.
"I find you intriguing, goddess."
"Persephone," Hermes said. "Her name is Persephone."
"Still determined to marry Hades and let the world die?" she asked.
Persephone cocked her head to the side and asked, "Aren't you the goddess of the hunt?" Artemis lifted her chin.
"What does that have to do with anything?"
"I would think you could use your exceptional tracking abilities to locate my mother instead of insulting me." Her lips flattened.
"You have an insufferable mouth, goddess."
Persephone's lips curled. "I think that is the only thing you and Hades would agree on." Artemis rolled her eyes and stalked away.
"Ignore her," said Hermes. "She has a stick up her vagina."
Persephone looked at the god. "It's ass, Hermes. Stick up her ass." He shrugged.
"They're close."
She tried not to laugh. More people arrived. Zeus came with Hera, and Poseidon with a beautiful ocean nymph who sported blue hair. Hades' brothers smiled at her, but only Zeus spoke. He made her uncomfortable, and she found herself tensing at his approach.
"You look well, Lady Persephone."
"Thank you," she said, though the words felt awkward and insincere.
"I trust Hades will be along shortly,"
he said. "Yes, we look forward to an update on your progress toward finding my mother and ending the storm," she said. Zeus's face hardened, and then he gave a curt nod.
"Of course." As he walked away, she got the impression he had not thought twice about the mortals on Earth while he lounged upon Olympus. Aphrodite and Harmonia arrived a while later. It was Harmonia she noticed first, as the goddess made a straight path toward their group, smiling as she stood close to Sybil.
"It's good to see you, Harmonia. How are you?"
"I am well," she said and smiled.
"I'm sorry I had to leave."
She let her voice trail away as Aphrodite joined them.
"Persephone,"
she said and nodded to the others.
"Everyone else?"
There was a beat of silence that followed her approach. Usually Persephone was quick to begin a conversation, but all she could think of was what Aphrodite had looked like in the basement of Club Aphrodisia, bloodied, holding a demigod's heart in her hand. She wondered how the goddess had found out about the rally. Was she satisfied with the bloodshed? They were questions that would have to wait, as a loud burst of music and cheers interrupted their mingling.
"Oh, the games are starting," Sophie said.
They took their seats, and Persephone was relieved when Hermes dropped into the one to her right. Sybil was on the left. They watched as the opening ceremony began below. The first announcement was for Apollo, the chancellor of the games, who was carried out upon a litter, or an open chair, which was hoisted by 4 very strong men with oiled and bare chests. They wore white tunics, gold cuffs, and laurel leaves in their hair, the same outfit Apollo sported. He grinned and waved at the crowd, no sign of his agony present. He was followed by a group of women who danced and threw petals upon the ground. They made a lap around the field and then returned to the stadium.
"Will Apollo sit with us?" Persephone asked.
"No, he has his own box," Hermes said. After, the gods' heroes marched into the center of the field below, as they and their sponsoring god were announced. She recognized several who had trained at the Palestra, including Hector and Ajax.
"Do you have a hero in the games?" she asked Hermes.
"I do," he said. "Third from the left. His name is Aesop." Persephone found him in the lineup, a strong yet lean man with sandy blonde hair.
"You don't seem particularly excited,"
Persephone pointed out. He shrugged. "He has gifts, but he is not strong like Ajax or forceful like Hector. Those two are the real competition." There were others, too. Damon, who belonged to Aphrodite, and Castor, who belonged to Hera. Anastasia to Ares, Demi to Artemis, and Siniska to Athena. As they marched onto the field, they flexed their muscles in a posing routine, which made the crowd cheer louder. "Ladies and gentlemen, gods and goddesses, royal divine among us, give another round of applause for our new Greece heroes!" Persephone leaned toward Hermes and spoke over the roar of the crowd.
"You said Hector was forceful," Persephone said. "What does that mean?"
"You'll see."
At the sound of a trumpet, she sat forward, and 8 chariots emerged from the shadows of the stadium, each drawn by 4 powerful horses. They were mighty steeds, their coats silken and of varying colors. Their hooves pounded the earth as they converged upon the track, sending up dust and clumps of dirt as their handlers, the heroes, urged them on. "How does this work?" she asked Hermes, her heart already racing from the thrill.
"The charioteers must make 12 laps around the hippodrome. They will keep count there," he said, pointing to a mechanical system at the center of the arena, a series of dolphin statues that would nosedive once the first lap had been conquered.
"Why do they use such an ancient form of scorekeeping?" she asked.
He shrugged. "We pick and choose what we wish to keep from antiquity, Sephi. Haven't you noticed?" While they spoke, her eyes remained on the field, watching the race, a battle between beast and man to be the first to the turning post. There was so much dust, so much speed, so much power. It had to be dangerous. Just as that thought crossed Persephone's mind, one of the chariots flipped. Her shocked inhale caught in her throat as the chariot landed and shattered, the broken body of Castor crushed beneath.
But what made her blood run colder still was the laugh that escaped both Zeus and Poseidon at the mortal's immediate death.
"No victory for you, eh, Hera?" Zeus taunted.
She glanced at Hermes, who quickly reached for her hand and squeezed.
"It is a game to them, Sephi."
She bit her lip hard, recalling why Triad protested the games. This is what they objected. There was more movement on the field as a group of people ran onto the track to remove the debris from the broken chariot, wrangle the horses, and carry away the body.
"Why aren't they stopping?" Persephone asked. "That man, Castor, he's dead."
"It is the nature of the game," Hermes said.
Not long after the first accident, there was another. 2 chariots collided in a tangle of horses and reins. Aesop was thrown from his chariot, while Demi's leg was crushed beneath hers. Her screams reached them from the floor. Still, they were both alive. Persephone was torn from continuing to watch and fleeing this place entirely. But she stayed because Ajax was still in the race and in the lead, beside Hector. The wheels of their 2 chariots were inches from one another, their horses charging on. Of the 2, Hector seemed the most desperate, urging his steeds on with the use of his whip, lashing over and over until he used it on Ajax.
"He can't do that." Persephone leaned forward, looking to Hermes. "Can he?"
The god of mischief shrugged.
"There aren't really rules. Is it fair? No."
She suddenly understood what Hermes meant when he described Hector as forceful. Her attention returned to the track. Hector continued to lash Ajax until he managed to latch onto the whip and jerk it from Hector's grasp. But Hector's cheating came with a price, as his chariot strayed too close to the wall, hitting with such force it broke into pieces and sent him flying. Persephone did not even see where the mortal landed. She was too focused on Apollo, who had appeared on the field just as Ajax finished his final lap, winning the race. Ajax drew his chariot to a stop, his wide smile on display for the crowd. As he dismounted, Apollo approached and hesitantly reached out, touching the mortal's bloodied face where the whip had split his skin. Then all of a sudden, the 2 kissed. Ajax cradled Apollo's face between his hands, his mouth devouring, his body overpowering. Their display of affection was met with cheers, even from Hermes.
"Yes! Get it, brother!"
Persephone tried not to laugh. When the crowd began to boo, Apollo spun to find Hector rising from the dust, cradling his arm against his chest. He spat blood, a gush of crimson coming from his nose and mouth. Hatred gleamed in his eyes. It was then Persephone noticed something strange. A group of spectators breaking from their place among the crowd and making their way down the stadium steps.
"Hermes, who are those people?"
Just as she posed the question, Ajax seemed to take note, and in the next second he was drawing Apollo behind him as shots rang out and screams filled the air.
"Get down!" Sybil shouted.
But Persephone could only watch the horror as Ajax pushed Apollo to the ground, taking bullet after bullet.
"No!"
Persephone's scream was raw and painful, scraping against her throat as she stood and slammed on the window.
"Persephone!" Hermes reached for her. "We have to go!"
Apollo screamed beneath Ajax's convulsing body. Finally, he managed to roll, and the bullets that raced toward them stopped midair, dropping to the ground.
"There are others here who will fight," Hermes argued, "but not you!"
Hermes had his hand wrapped around her upper arm as he dragged her away from the window. Then there was a terrible sound, a cracking that sounded like Zeus's magic escaping from the clouds. Except it wasn't. Part of the stadium had exploded.
"Get the mortals out!"
someone commanded, and there was a sudden rush of magic. Persephone watched as Harmonia vanished with Sybil and Laocoe. Sophie stood, hand outstretched toward Persephone.
"Go!"
Hermes pushed her toward the Amazon. Then there was another deafening explosion, and Persephone found herself floating through the air, landing hard at the center of the track amid flying debris and dust. As she hit, there was a sharp pain in her ribs, and it felt as though her breath had been sucked out of her body. She rolled onto her back, gasping for air just as a shadow loomed overhead. A mortal man, holding a rock aloft. Persephone screamed, her magic stirring, and from the ground great thorns arose, piercing the man. He dropped the stone, run through with the vine, blood dripping from his mouth. She rolled and crawled away, getting to her feet amid the chaos of desperate screams and death. People lay motionless, while others climbed over the bodies to escape the ruined arena. There were hundreds of these masked attackers, and even as the gods descended, they continued to take aim. She did not understand this, but knew it for what it was: hate. Magic ignited the air in a stream of bright light. Lightning bolts struck, and energy pulsed. Artemis unleashed a spray of deadly arrows, while Athena ran others through with a spear, and Ares with a sword. Zophi fought, too, having landed across the arena. A streak of blood ran from her head down her face, but her blade was drawn and she was nimble, quick, and dangerous. It was bloodshed. It was a battle. "Persephone!" Her name tore from Apollo's mouth. She whirled, but it was too late. A bullet struck her shoulder. "No!" Apollo's eyes glowed as he ran toward her. She staggered a couple steps, shocked, the left side of her body numb. She managed to look down, and as she saw the blood seeping into the white fabric of her dress, she began to fall. But before she could land in the dirt, strong arms surrounded her. The catch jarred her, and she gave a guttural cry.
"I've got you,"
Hades said. She stared into his dark, stormy eyes for only a second before he teleported. Chapter 25. Monsters. When they appeared in the underworld, within the walls of Hades' bedchamber, a hot pain settled deep in her bones, radiating from her shoulder. Persephone moaned, forcing herself to breathe through the pain as Hades settled her upon the bed. He started to ease her arm out of her blazer, and then tore her dress for access to the wound. And as his fingers brushed it, she inhaled sharply between her teeth. "What are you doing?" she said between her teeth.
"I need to see if the bullet left your body,"
Hades said. "Let me heal it."
"Persephone."
"I have to try," she snapped. "Hades." He curled his hands into fists and stepped back, rubbing his forehead with bloodied fingers.
"Do it, Persephone,"
he growled. She closed her eyes against his frustration, knowing that his panic was winning. He'd never wanted to see her bleed again, and here they were. She drew in deep breath after deep breath, until a calmness overtook her, and she was able to focus on the fiery pain emanating from her wounded shoulder. This time, she just wanted the heat to end, so she imagined that the magic she used to soothe it was cool and crisp, a kiss of frost in early spring. "No," she heard Hades' low growl. But Persephone knew her magic was working. The wound throbbed as it healed. Finally, Hades let out a low breath, and Persephone opened her eyes, staring down at her exposed shoulder to see that the skin was slightly pink and puckered, but the wound was healed. "I did it," she said, and smiled as she looked at Hades.
"You did,"
he said, his eyes moving from her wound to her gaze, and she got the sense that he didn't quite believe her. "What are you thinking?" she asked, her voice quiet.
"Nothing you wish to know,"
he said. She believed it. Finally, he approached.
"Let's clean you up."
Once again, Hades gathered her to his chest and took her into the bathroom. When her feet touched the floor, she reached to brush loose tendrils of hair from Hades' face. Her blood was still smeared on his skin. "Are you well?" Instead of answering, he turned on the shower, letting the water grow hot. He took her hand and kissed her palm, before reaching behind her and unzipping her ruined dress, guiding it down over her breasts and hips until it puddled on the floor. Her bra followed, his touch lingering on her breasts, then her waist, then her thighs as he slid her panties down her legs, pausing as he knelt on the floor to gaze up at her. Hades, she whispered his name, and then his lips touched her skin as he kissed a fiery path back up her body. Her hands tangled into his hair as he paused to tease each of her nipples before his mouth devoured hers. When her fingers tangled into his jacket, she pulled away. "Shall I undress you?" she asked, eager to have his skin against hers.
"If you wish,"
he said. She reached for the buttons on his shirt, but a sharp pain in her shoulder made her wince, and she dropped her arm. Hades frowned.
"Let me,"
he said, making quick work of the buttons, shedding his jacket, shirt, and slacks. When he was naked, he gripped her sides and drew her to him, his arms wrapping tightly around her. His mouth slanted against hers, and she opened for him. The feel of him inside her in any way was like injecting magic into her veins. It made her feel wild and passionate. Except that soon she felt real magic, healing magic, as Hades' palm came to rest upon her. She broke the kiss and looked down at her shoulder. Where she had left a scar, there was now smooth skin. "Was I not good enough?" she asked. It wasn't exactly the question she intended to ask, and she knew once the words were out of her mouth that they hurt Hades. But it was all she could think to say because this kind of magic was important to her, and she wanted to master it.
"Of course you were good enough, Persephone,"
Hades said, and he brought his hands to her jaw, sliding his fingers into her hair.
"I am overprotective and fearful for you, and perhaps selfishly I wish to remove anything that reminds me of my failure to protect you."
"Hades, you did not fail," she said.
"We will agree to disagree,"
he said. "If I am enough, then you are enough." He did not speak, and she moved her hands up his chest, twining her arms around his neck. "I am sorry. I never wanted to see you suffer again, not like you did in the days following Tyche's death."
"You have nothing to be sorry for,"
he said and kissed her. This time he guided her into the shower. They stood outside of the spray as he reached for the soap and wet a cloth. He started with her shoulder, gently washing the blood away. He moved to her breasts, groping and squeezing, his slick hands teasing each one before moving on to her stomach and sides, her thighs and her calves. On his knees before her, he gave an order.
"Turn."
She obeyed the command, placing her hands flat on the wall as he made his way back up her body. He spent time washing between her thighs, fingers teasing her flesh. By the time he rose to his feet, she was flustered, and though his erection swelled between them, he did not move to take her. Instead, he stared at her intently and said,
"I love you."
"I love you too," she said. And there was something in this moment, in the exchange of words, that brought tears to her eyes. More than anything. They weren't powerful enough words, but she couldn't find the one she needed, the one she wanted, the ones that conveyed just how much her blood and bone, heart and soul ached for him.
"Persephone."
Hades whispered her name, brushing a stray tear from her face. He gathered her into his arms and carried her out of the shower. They were not even dry as he settled beside the fire. Cradled against his chest, they sat in silence as the events of the evening rushed back into their reality. Talaria Stadium had been the perfect space for an attack. The distraction of the chariot races, the added drama between Apollo, Ajax, and Hector. No one suspected a thing. "All those people," she whispered, "gone." She wondered how many had died. And the guilt settled upon her as she realized she should have been at the gates to greet them, to calm them. Hades' arms tightened around her.
You will not be able to console everyone who makes their way to the gates unexpectedly, Persephone. Those deaths are far too numerous. Take comfort. The souls of Asphodel are there, and they will represent you well.
They represent you too, Hades, she said. Then she considered something. The innocent weren't the only ones to die tonight. Among them were those who had started the violence. What about the attackers who died tonight? She met Hades' gaze. She couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he answered her question without hesitating.
They await punishment in Tartarus.
He paused, then asked,
Do you wish to go?
A smile tugged at her lips. It wasn't in anticipation, but in response to his question. Weeks ago, he would have never suggested a trip to the chamber of torture he used to punish souls, and yet now he did so without faltering. Yes, she answered. I wish to go. They arrived in a part of Tartarus Persephone had never visited before. It was a cavernous hall, each side of it flanked with massive obsidian columns. It took her a moment to realize that each set of columns was blocked by a gate. They were in a dungeon. The air here was thick, heavy with an ancient power. She tipped her head back, searching for the source of the magic.
There are monsters here,
said Hades as if to explain. What kind of monsters? She asked.
Many,
he said, looking slightly amused.
Some are here because they were slain. Some are here because they were captured. Come.
He took her hand and led her past many darkened cells. As they went, she heard hissing and growls and a horrible wailing. Persephone looked to Hades for an explanation.
The harpies,
Hades said.
Aello, Ocypete, and Seleno. They get restless, especially when the world is in chaos.
Why?
Because they sense evil and wish to punish,
he said. They passed many more, including a creature who was half woman, half snake. Graceful fingers wrapped tight around the bars of her cell as her head came into view. She was beautiful. Her hair was long and fell over her shoulders in red waves, curtaining her bare breasts. Hades, she hissed, her slitted eyes gleaming.
Lamia,
he said in acknowledgement. Lamia? Persephone asked. The child killer? The monster hissed at her words, but Hades answered.
The very one.
Lamia was the daughter of Poseidon and a queen. Her affair with Zeus led to Hera cursing her to lose any child she birthed. Eventually, she went mad, stealing babies from their mothers only to feast upon their flesh. Her story was horrifying, especially given that Lamia had gone from desiring a child above all else to consuming them. They continued further until they came to the end of the passage, where a gate kept a massive dragon-like creature imprisoned. It had 7 snake-like heads, scales, and webbed fins along its neck. They hissed, bearing fangs that dripped a black liquid into a pool that came up to their large bulbous belly. In that water were several souls, whose faces were burned beyond recognition. What is this? She asked.
That is a hydra,
Hades said.
Its blood, venom, and breath are poisonous.
Persephone stared. And the mortals in the pool? What did they do?
They are the terrorists who attacked the stadium,
he said. Is this their punishment?
No,
Hades said.
Think of this as their holding cell.
Persephone let Hades' words settle between them. That meant there was no reprieve when the judges assigned a soul's fate to Tartarus. Their punishment began immediately, and these burns, the venom eating through their skin straight to bone, was only the beginning. "And how will you punish them?" she asked, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Hades stared down at her.
"Perhaps you would like to decide?"
Again, she found herself smirking despite the horror of their conversation. Hades was asking her to determine the eternal punishment of a soul, and she liked it. It made her feel powerful, trusted. For the briefest moment, she wondered what that made her. But she already knew. It made her his queen. Her gaze returned to the souls in the poisonous lake. "I wish for them to exist in a constant state of fear and panic, to experience what they inflicted upon others. They will exist for eternity in the forest of despair."
"So you shall have it,"
Hades said, and lifted his hand for her to take. As her fingers settled into his, the souls beneath the hydra vanished.
"Let me show you something."
He took her to the library, to the basin she'd stumbled upon early in her visits to the palace. When she'd first found it, she'd assumed it was a table, but at her approach, she discovered a partial map of the underworld reflected in the dark surface. Then she'd only been able to see the palace, Asphodel, and the rivers Styx and Lethe. When she'd asked Hades why it was not complete, he'd told her the rest would be revealed when she'd earned the right. At that point, only Hecate and Hermes were able to view the whole of the underworld. Now, when she looked, she saw every river and meadow and mountain. She knew the chances of the map remaining the same were small, as Hades often manipulated his world, adding, moving, or erasing locations.
"Show the forest of despair,"
Hades said, and the water rippled until a harsh scene played out before her eyes. When Persephone had wandered between those trees, she'd been alone, the forest quiet around her. But now she saw it for what it was, full of thousands of souls, all living some form of their personal hell. There were souls who sat at the bases of trees, knees pulled to their chest, shaking. Others hunted one another, lashing out and murdering, only to be revived and hunted again. "Those who hunt," she said, "what is their fear?"
"Loss of control,"
Hades said. "And the ones being killed?" she asked quietly.
"They were murderers in life,"
he responded. There were others, too. Souls who drank from streams and died slow and painful deaths. Souls who were caught in a part of the forest that remained perpetually on fire. Souls who were tied and stretched between trees as they were poked and prodded until exposure led to their eventual death. As each cycle ended, it began again, an endless loop of torture and death. After a moment, Persephone turned away from the basin. "I have seen enough." Hades joined her, taking her hand in his and kissing her knuckles.
"Are you well?"
"I am satisfied," she answered and met his gaze. "Let's go to bed." Hades did not argue, and as they returned to their chamber, she realized that vengeance had a taste. It was bitter and metallic with an underlying sweetness, and she craved it.
"Persephone."
Hades said her name, a tinge of concern in his voice. She knew he wondered if he'd gone too far in showing her the forest of despair. She shed her robes, feeling tense. She rolled her shoulders before turning to face him. "Hades," she replied. She needed him inside her, needed the distraction and release he would provide.
"You've been through a lot,"
he said, though his eyes burned with a desire so potent her legs already shook.
"Are you sure you want this tonight?"
"It's all I want," she said. He took another step, closing the space between them, and their mouths collided, tongues sweeping together. She shivered beneath his hands, arching into him, her hips desperate to move against his. She helped him out of his robes as she kissed down his chest, making her way to his swollen sex. As her lips touched his head, he gave a sigh. It was heavy and almost raw, scraping against his throat. She peered up at him, curious to see his expression. Full of dark passion. It only encouraged the fire in the pit of her stomach. The space between her thighs dampened, her body preparing to accommodate him. "Is this okay?" She wasn't sure why she asked. Maybe she just wanted to hear him say yes with that all-consuming fire in his eyes.
"More than,"
he replied, and she returned to him, tongue tasting from tip to base, teasing each ridge and lapping at velvet skin. He inhaled between his teeth when he hit the back of her throat, fingers twining into her hair. She looked up at him. His gaze was tender, loving, and yet it scorched her soul, heating every part of her until she was molten.
"You don't know the things I wish to do to you," he said.
She held his gaze, giving the crown of his cock a final hard suck, and then released him. She straightened, her head tipping toward his, their mouths level as she whispered, "Show me." It was a dare, and Hades accepted the challenge. His hand tightening on the back of her neck, he brought her mouth to his, tongue invading and twining with her own, and then, as if she weighed nothing, he drew her to the center of the bed. Again, his mouth covered hers, sucking and caressing. She bowed against him, her fingers digging into his muscled arms until he pinned them over her head. Then she felt something twining around them, something soft but restraining. She gazed upward and found her wrists were bound with shadow magic. A thread of unease shivered through her.
"Is this okay?"
he asked, sitting back, his strong thighs straddling her, his cock heavy and erect. She swallowed, that strange thread of disquiet pulling at the back of her mind. Was it okay? She couldn't decide. "This is Hades," she reminded herself. "You are safe." She nodded, the unease dissipating the longer he raked her with that heated gaze. Hades smirked, and her heart beat harder in her chest, anticipation curling tight inside her.
"I will make you writhe,"
he promised, crawling up her body with predatory grace.
"I will make you scream. I will make you come so hard you will feel it for days."
His mouth moved over hers, moving so that his legs were between hers, and he kissed down her body, his skin slithering deliciously against her clit as he made his way to her center. And yet her chest tightened in a way that wasn't familiar. She tried to release the feeling that had knotted right beside her heart, but she couldn't breathe deep enough. She lifted her head, watching Hades descend, pausing to press kisses to the inside of her thighs, licking the sensitive flesh. Safe, she thought over and over, the feeling in her chest in conflict with the fire in the bottom of her stomach. Safe, safe, safe. Then he spread her wide, flattening her legs against the bed, and suddenly she couldn't breathe at all. It was like she had found herself in the sticks all over again, being drawn from the surface of the black water to the dark depths in the grip of the dead who lived there. The more she struggled, the harder she was held, the darker everything became. The bindings on her wrist were rough. Rope, she realized. The hands upon her thighs were clammy.
"Persephone."
The voice was muffled, but she moved toward it. "Hades," she choked on his name. A hand broke below the surface of the water, and she reached for it. But as she came up for air, she found herself face to face with Pirithous. Gaunt face, pale lips, bleeding eyes. And she was suddenly returned to that wooden chair, its edges biting into her skin. Pirithous loomed on his knees before her. "Ungrateful," his voice grated. "No, no, no!" She pressed her bare legs together, even as Pirithous' hand skimmed her from calf to thigh. "I was protecting you," he seethed, leering over her. blood dripping from his face onto her skin.
"And this is how you repay me?"
"Don't fucking touch me!" she cried, but Pirithous' grip tightened. His fingers dug into her, and he pried her legs apart, pinning his body between them. She collapsed forward in an attempt to push away, and something sour crawled up the back of her throat. She was going to vomit. "No," she moaned. "Please, no." Where was Hades? Why had he allowed this to happen? He said the Pirithous could not reach her, could not hurt her anymore. Where was her magic? She tried reaching for it, but it seemed just as paralyzed as she was.
"Persephone,"
Pirithous said, hands inching closer to her center. Her body clenched, her insides shook.
"It's okay."
Then Pirithous bent to press his lips to her thigh, and she broke. "No!" The bindings around her wrists tore free, and she swiped at Pirithous, her hand connecting with his cheek. It was then she realized there were thorns coming out of her skin, like her hands were the stem of a rose. As soon as she saw the blood, she felt as if she had surfaced from the darkness. She was no longer in that wooden chair, but at the center of a sea of black silk on her bed. And it wasn't Pirithous in front of her, but Hades. His cheek bled from her strike. The blood drained from her face as she stared at him, eyes wide, her brain scrambling to make sense of what had occurred, but it made no sense. Safe, she thought. She started to reach for him, wanting to wipe away the blood, to erase the evidence of her blow, but paused when she saw her hands, full of bloody thorns. Her mouth quivered, her hands shook, and then she burst into tears. It took Hades a moment to move, to take her into his arms. But when he did, his body was cold and rigid.
"I did not know,"
Hades said. His voice was low and rough. It was like he was angry, but trying hard not to let it show. "I'm sorry," she wanted to say, but her mouth wouldn't work.
"I did not know," Hades repeated. "I'm sorry. I love you."
He repeated those words until his voice broke. Chapter 26. Relics. When Persephone woke, Hades was already gone. His absence renewed her anguish and made her chest ache. She felt horror at having Pirithous invade such a cherished space. Worse, she felt embarrassed. She'd thought she could handle anything so long as it was with Hades. And yet, as soon as she was restrained, she'd lost touch with reality. How were they supposed to move on from here? Hades always knew what to do, but last night she'd watched him freeze, and she knew him well enough to guess he would pull away. She sighed, her whole body heavy with sadness, and rose from bed, dressing for the day in a white peplos. She checked in with Sybil, Laiki, and Sophie, who were all right but worried about her. She sent a quick text assuring them she was fine and healed. Laiki had also sent a series of articles, and Persephone spent part of the morning reading through them and watching videos associated with the attacks at Teleria Stadium. Part of her wondered if anyone had managed to capture video of her magic, but all the footage shared was from outside the venue. The dead were staggering. A total of 130 people gone. Of those, 3 heroes had died: Damon, Aesop, and Demi. Still, there were headlines that claimed the death toll was due to the unnecessary use of magic by the gods who had attended the games. It was a failed attempt to justify the terrorism of Triad. Persephone set her tablet aside, needing a break from the heaviness. She made her way outside the palace into the gardens. Persephone had always been able to sense the aromas that belonged to varying magic, but the longer she resided in the underworld, the more she noticed that every bloom smelled like Hades. It was an undercurrent, faint but definitely distinct. The roses, for instance, were sweet with a hint of smoke. It had been a while since she'd been able to walk these paths and visit these flowers, and as she came to the end of the trail, she halted at her plot, the one Hades had given her after she'd accepted his bargain of creating life in the underworld. It was barren, black sand. She imagined all the seeds she'd planted were still buried beneath, dormant. But something about bringing the garden to life at this moment did not feel right. Perhaps she would save the transformation for Hades and offer it as a wedding present, if it ever took place. Any planning had all but halted as they waited for Zeus to give his blessing, which was now deferred due to Demeter's storm. Though Persephone had to admit, it did not seem so important in this environment, where gods were dying and people were being murdered. She left the gardens, entering the asphodel fields, where she was joined by Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus. They strolled through the markets of the Asphodel Valley. Some of the souls were going about their usual business, trading foods and textiles, watering their gardens, while others milked the cows in the meadow. The smell of baking bread and sweet cinnamon filled the air, and with it came a few faint sobs. Persephone followed the sound and found Eurie soothing a soul. "Is everything all right?" Persephone asked. She'd never seen a soul get upset in Asphodel before, and yet even Persephone knew there was a kind of melancholy in the air she'd never felt before. The soul immediately pulled away from Eurie and wiped her eyes, not looking at Persephone. Still, she could tell she was young, probably in her early 20s. She had black hair and blunt bangs that framed a pale face. "Lady Persephone," Eurie curtsied, and the soul beside her mimicked her action quickly. "This is Angeliki. She just arrived in Asphodel." Persephone didn't need any more of an explanation. The woman had been at Talaria Stadium. "Angeliki," Persephone said, "it is nice to meet you." "You too," the woman whispered. "Lady Persephone is soon to be our queen," Eurie said. Angeliki's eyes widened. "Is there anything I can do for you, Angeliki, to help you adjust to your new home?" That only made the woman cry harder, and Eurie embraced her once again, smoothing a hand down her arm. "She is worried about her mother," Eurie explained. "Angeliki was her caretaker. Now that she is here, there is no one to watch over her mother." Persephone felt a pang of sadness for this woman whose tears were not for herself, but for another, and she knew she had to do something. "What is your mother's name, Angeliki?" "Nessa," she said. "Nessa Levites." "I will ensure she is looked after," Persephone said. Angeliki's eyes widened. "You will? Truly?" "Yes," she said. "I promise." And gods could not break promises. The young woman threw her arms around Persephone. "Thank you," she said, sobbing against her, body shaking. "Thank you." "Of course," Persephone said before pulling away. "All will be well." She took a deep breath and then offered a small laugh. "I'm going to clean up." Persephone and Eurie watched as the soul disappeared into the house. "That was very kind of you," Eurie said. "It was the only thing I could think to do," she said. And she wasn't sure Hades would approve. But there'd been a lot of people who'd died in the Talaria attack, and they'd left behind loved ones young and old. It wasn't like she'd offered to deliver a personal message. She made a mental note to speak to Katerina about starting a fund to help the families of the victims. That was something Hades would approve of. "It is good to see you," Eurie said. "And you," Persephone said. "I am sorry I have not visited." "It is all right," she said. "We know things are not well above." Persephone frowned. "No, they are not." She glanced around, realizing that none of the young residents had come running to her as they usually did. "Where are the children?" Eurie smiled. "They are in the garden with Tyche," she said. "She has been reading to them every morning. You should visit. The children would love it."
She would like to see the children, but she'd also like to visit with Tyche. Still, she worried. Was Tyche ready to answer questions about her death?
"Come, I'll walk as far as the orchard," Yuri said. "I was on my way to pick pomegranates when I stumbled upon Angeliki."
They left the main village, following a path toward a cluster of trees, where Yuri stayed to harvest fruit. Beyond the orchard was the children's garden, which was not a garden at all, but more of a park built into the surrounding forest. Since Persephone had come to the underworld, the space had slowly transformed from a couple of swings and a seesaw to something far more magical and adventurous. It now spanned 5 acres with slides and sand lots, climbing structures, and suspension bridges where the children usually played. But today she found them gathered in a clearing, and Tyche perched upon a large boulder. She was telling a story in the most animated way, her expressions and voices changing to match the characters as she spoke.
Prometheus wanted the world to become a better place, and instead of spending his days on Mount Olympus, he explored and lived among men who struggled despite all the world's beauty. One day, Prometheus realized that if only men had fire, they could warm themselves and cook food and learn to make tools. The possibilities were endless. But when Prometheus went to Zeus and begged him to share fire with mortals, the god of thunder declined, fearing the strength of mortals. "It is better," Zeus said, "for mortals to rely on the gods for all they need. Let them pray for their needs, and we shall grant them." But Prometheus disagreed, and so he defied Zeus and gave man fire. It took many months for Zeus to look from his perch upon Mount Olympus, but when he did, he saw mortals warming themselves by fires, which were now in hearths, in the homes they had built because Prometheus had given them fire. Enraged, Zeus chained Prometheus to the side of a mountain as punishment for his treason. But Prometheus was not sad about his sentence. Rather, he was glad, happy, because he knew that upon the wild earth the mortals thrived.
Tyche's voice was even, lush, and pleasant, and Persephone found that she preferred the end to this version of Prometheus's story. The truth was far darker. After Prometheus's trickery, Zeus unleashed Pandora upon the world and gave them both fear and hope. Hope, perhaps the most dangerous of weapons. Persephone saw similarities in how Zeus viewed humanity even now. It was the god's wish to keep mortals in a position of submission. It was his reason for descending to Earth, to remind humans who was all-powerful. It was also why Triad was retaliating. "Tell us another story, Lady Tyche," one child said.
"Tomorrow, young one," she said with a smile. "We have a visitor." The goddess of fortune met Persephone's gaze, and the children turned to look.
"Lady Persephone!"
They raced to her, throwing their arms around her legs and pulling on her skirt. She laughed and bent to accept their hugs.
"Have you come to play with us?" one asked. "Please play with us."
"I have come to speak with Lady Tyche," Persephone answered. "But we shall watch you play. You can show us all your new tricks." That seemed to satisfy them, and they hurried away toward the playground, climbing and running, swinging and sliding. Tyche approached. She was beautiful and tall and lithe, her body draped in black robes. Her long black hair was tied into a knot at the top of her head. She curtsied.
"Lady Persephone," she said, "it is good to meet you."
"Lady Tyche," she greeted. "I am so sorry."
"There is no need for sorrow," she said, offering a small smile. "Come, let us walk."
She offered her arm, and Persephone accepted. The two kept to the shade.
In this part of the underworld, the air was forever warm, and the trees had a glow to them that reminded Persephone of spring.
I suppose you wish to know how I died,
Tyche said. The words twisted into Persephone's chest like a knife. I do not so much wish to know, Persephone said, but I fear it will keep happening if we do not learn from you.
I understand,
Tyche said.
I was taken down by something heavy, like a net, then attacked by mortals, several of them. I remember feeling the first stab of pain and being shocked that they were hurting me. Then I felt another stab, then another. I was surrounded.
Oh, Tyche, Persephone whispered.
I could not heal myself. I think perhaps the fates cut my thread.
They walked a little farther and then stopped. Tyche turned to face Persephone, her stormy eyes gentle.
I know what you wish to ask,
the goddess said. Persephone swallowed. The words were on the tip of her tongue. Was my mother involved? Did you sense her magic, too?
I did sense your mother's presence,
Tyche said.
I'd hoped she was there to help me. I was not conscious enough to understand it was only her magic.
Guilt twisted through Persephone, making her stomach knot. I do not understand why my mother has taken this path, Persephone said, and she felt the pain of those words ricochet through her body. There was a pause, and then Tyche spoke.
Your mother and I used to be close,
she said. Persephone's brows knitted together. She did not know that Demeter and Tyche had been friends at all. In the time she had spent in the greenhouse, she'd never once heard of or met the goddess of fortune. I don't remember you, Persephone said. Tyche smiled, and it was sad.
We were friends long before she begged the fates for a daughter, she said. Long before she was so angry and hurt.
Tell me. Tyche took a deep breath.
Your mother kept you secret for many reasons. You are aware of one, your eventual marriage to Hades. But Demeter was hiding long before you arrived. She was raped.
Persephone felt like her throat was raw as she swallowed this knowledge. What?
Poseidon tricked her, luring her to him in the form of a horse, then attacked her. That was the beginning of her hatred for the other Olympians. It continued after she went to Zeus begging that he punish his brother, yet he refused. I do not tell you this to excuse her behavior toward you or toward the world. I tell you this so you will understand her why.
I didn't know.
Your mother does not see strength in her survival.
Persephone had never considered what her mother had come from, the abuse she had suffered or overcame. But this was Demeter's trauma. It was the seed that had planted the roots of her fear of the world, her fear for her. Poseidon and Zeus were one of the three. When it came to Hades, it was likely Demeter had no room to consider him worthy.
She was never the same,
Tyche continued.
I think she buried parts of herself so she could exist. But in doing so, she lost the part of herself that also lived.
Persephone tried to inhale but failed.
I am sorry, Persephone.
I am glad you told me, she said, though her mind whirled with a new understanding. Despite the wrong Demeter had committed, Persephone could see the threads that led her mother down this path. And in the end, they had nothing to do with her, and everything to do with trauma. Poseidon had broken her, Zeus had crushed her, and she'd had to exist in a world where they remained powerful and in control. Does Hades know? Persephone asked.
I do not know that Demeter told anyone, save me.
She wasn't sure why, but that made her breathe a little easier. What do I do? Tyche shrugged.
It is hard to know. Perhaps live with the knowledge that Demeter did her best given her circumstances. And yet, no, that does not mean your trauma is invalid. We are all broken, Persephone. It's what we do with the pieces that matters.
Demeter was using her pieces to hurt, and Persephone knew in the end, despite her mother's struggles, she would have to be stopped. Thank you, Tyche.
It will not be easy, Persephone. The system is broken. Something new must take its place. But there are no promises in war. No guarantee that what we fight for will win.
And yet the chance is worth it, isn't it? Tyche smiled, a little sad, and said,
That is hope, the greatest enemy of man.
After leaving the children's garden, Persephone headed for the library, wandering through the stacks, gathering material on Titanomachy, curious about the events that had led up to the defeat of the Titans and the reign of the Olympians. Once she had a few books gathered, she sat curled up before the fire and read. Most of the texts detailed the bitterness and strife of the battle, but also Zeus's ability to charm and strategize. He had a history of manipulating and bargaining for the loyalty of both god and monster, promising power to the gods and ambrosia and nectar to the monsters. Persephone did not know this version of the god of thunder. Did he still exist? Was he so comfortable in his position and power he'd lost his edge? Or was his blissful ignorance and indulgent nature more of a ruse? She felt Hades before she saw him. His presence crept along her neck and down her spine, as if his lips were trailing along her skin. She stiffened. Given their night together, she hadn't expected to see him today. And yet he appeared in her periphery. The god of the dead always looked as if he'd manifested from the shadow, but something darker moved beneath his skin and behind his eyes that made her blood run cold. Persephone lowered her book, and they stared at one another for a long moment. He kept his distance, and she felt the strangeness between them, a tension that pressed against her skin and hollowed out her chest. She wanted to say something about last night, to tell him she was sorry and that she didn't understand why it had happened, but those words were too hard. I spoke to Tyche today, she said instead. She thinks that the reason she could not heal herself was because the fates cut her thread. Hades stared for a moment, his expression blank. This was a different Hades, one that surfaced when the other couldn't be bothered to feel.
The fates did not cut her thread, he said.
Persephone waited for him to continue. When he didn't, she prompted, What are you saying?
That Triad has managed to find a weapon that can kill the gods.
Hades spoke matter of fact, no concern or anxiety present in his tone. You know what it is, don't you?
Not for certain, he replied.
Tell me. Hades paused a moment. It was like he didn't know where to begin, or maybe more that he did not want to tell.
You met the Hydra, he said. It has been in many battles in the past, lost many heads, though it just regenerates. The heads are priceless because their venom is used as a poison. I think Tyche was taken down by a new version of Hephaestus's net and stabbed with a Hydra-poisoned arrow. A relic, to be specific.
A poisoned arrow?
It was the biological warfare of ancient Greece, Hades said. I have worked for years to pull relics like them out of circulation, but there are many, and whole networks dedicated to the practice of sourcing and selling them. I would not be surprised if Triad has managed to get their hands on a few.
Persephone let that information sink in before she said, I thought you said gods couldn't die unless they were thrown into Tartarus and torn apart by the Titans.
Usually,
Hades said.
But the venom of the Hydra is potent even to gods. It slows our healing, and likely, if a god is stabbed too many times,
they die. That would make sense, why Tyche could not heal herself. After a moment, Hades spoke, and the words that came out of his mouth shocked her, not only because of what he said, but because he was offering information, and he never did that.
I believe Adonis was also killed with a relic, with my father's scythe.
What makes you so certain? There was a beat of silence.
Because his soul was shattered.
Persephone understood. Adonis had gone to Elysium to rest for eternity. His soul was the magic with which poppies or pomegranates bloomed. Why didn't you tell me? Again, he was quiet, but she waited for him to speak.
I suppose I had to get to a place where I could tell you. Seeing a shattered soul is not easy. Carrying it to Elysium is even harder.
The look in his haunted eyes told her that she wouldn't understand what Hades had seen. Persephone sat her book aside and whispered his name, desperate to soothe. But as she shifted, he seemed to stiffen, eyes moving to the book.
What were you reading?
He asked, changing the subject. And Persephone felt an echo of pain throb in her chest. I was looking up information on Titanomachy, she said, and watched as Hades' jaw tightened.
Why?
Because I think my mother has bigger goals than separating us. Chapter 27. The Museum of Ancient Greece. It was late when Persephone woke and found the space beside her empty. Hades had not come to bed. She rose and went in search of him, finding him outside on the balcony, cloaked in night. She stepped behind him and slid her arms around his waist. He tensed, and his hands clamped down upon hers, breaking her hold as he twisted toward her.
Persephone.
She was a little taken aback by how quickly he'd turned. Will you not come to bed? She asked, her voice a hushed whisper.
I will be along shortly,
he said, letting go. Persephone held her hand to her chest. I don't believe you. He stared for a moment, his expression blank.
I cannot sleep, he said. I do not wish to disturb you.
You won't disturb me, she said. Your absence is why I cannot sleep. She felt a little silly saying it aloud, but it was true that his presence made it easier for her to relax.
We both know that isn't true,
he said, and she flinched at his words because she knew he was referring to Pirithous. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep her mouth from trembling. In the time since she'd met Hades, he'd never rejected her, and yet here he was resisting. It hurt, and it felt like blame. You're right, she said. It isn't true. She left him there, but instead of returning to their bed, she made her way down the hallway to the Queen's suite, where she crawled beneath the cold covers and wept. Persephone sat behind her desk, a cup of coffee between her hands. She stared blankly at the steam curling into the air, unable to focus. She hadn't slept, and she felt groggy. Her body wanted nothing more than to find a quiet place and nap. But her thoughts were chaotic, running on repeat through her head. She agonized, wavering between feeling at fault or angry for Hades' distance. Perhaps she should have forced conversation around her reaction, but after he'd refused to come to bed, she'd lost her confidence and instead felt anxious about approaching the topic. She'd been triggered out of nowhere, and she'd lashed out at Hades. And while she knew that he too suffered, it was nothing compared to how embarrassed, how devastated, how violated she felt. Another thought had occurred to her. What if he was no longer willing to explore his fantasies with her? What of her own? A knock drew her attention, and Laiki entered, carrying an armful of newspapers. She looked just as exhausted as Persephone felt. "Are you all right?" Persephone asked. The nymph placed the stack on her desk and shrugged.
"I haven't slept well since."
Her words drifted off, but she did not need to finish her sentence, because Persephone knew that she was struggling after the attack on Talaria Stadium.
"Some things have not changed since antiquity," Laiki said. "You still kill each other, just with different weapons."
She wasn't wrong. Society was just as violent as it was peaceful. Persephone's eyes fell to the stack of papers Laiki had brought her. The first was from New Athens News, and the headline was about the attack on Talaria Stadium. "Death and violence, the consequence of following the gods." It was an article from Helen that claimed that the attack was designed by Triad to force change, and that without conflict, mortals would continue to live under the thumb of the gods. The stadium was chosen because the games represented the hold the gods still had on society, and for that to change, it needed to be dismantled. The problem was, of the 160 people who had died in that stadium, how many of them wanted to be martyrs for Triad? Helen's response was cruel. Where were your gods?
"I can't believe Dimitri approved that article,"
Laiki said. But Persephone had a feeling Dimitri hadn't had much say in this.
"Helen has gone mad."
"I don't think she really believes what she's writing," Persephone said. "I don't think she thinks for herself at all."
In fact, Persephone was sure of it.
"If you ever see her again, please turn her into a tree,"
said Laiki. Persephone offered a small laugh as Laiki left, closing the door behind her. For a moment, she sagged in her chair, feeling even more exhausted than before. Helen's betrayal had been shocking, but it was something else, something far worse, almost like a declaration of war. She straightened enough and read through a few more articles, her heart feeling more and more heavy with each headline.
At least 56 deaths attributed to winter weather. That's just last week. Millions without power and water due to dangerous winter weather. Many fear food crisis in the midst of winter storm.
But it was one heading in particular that drew her attention, near the bottom of the page.
Several artifacts stolen from museum.
Persephone thought that was strange, and remembered that Hades had mentioned relics sourced from the black market. But what if they'd been taken from museums? My mother will hide in plain sight. Persephone dialed Ivy at the front desk.
"Yes, my lady?"
"Ivy, have Antony bring the car around. I will be stepping out for a few minutes."
"Of course."
There was a pause, and then she added,
"And what should I tell Lord Hades, if he asks where you've gone?"
Persephone stiffened at the question. She was frustrated with Hades, but she also didn't want him to worry. "You may tell him I've gone to the Museum of Ancient Greece," Persephone replied, and hung up the phone. She put on her jacket and headed downstairs, passing Ivy's desk.
"Enjoy your outing, my lady,"
Ivy said as she left the building. Persephone made her way down the icy steps. Antony waited, smiling despite the cold.
"My lady,"
he said, opening the door to the Lexus. "Antony," she said with a smile as she slid into the warm cabin. As the Cyclops entered the driver's side, he asked,
"Where to, my lady?"
"The Museum of Ancient Greece." Antony's forehead wrinkled, a mark of his surprise.
"Research?"
he asked. "Yes," she answered. You could call it that. The Museum of Ancient Greece was located at the center of New Athens. Antony let her out at the curb, and she made her way through the courtyard toward a set of marble steps and the entrance of the building. Persephone had visited the museum many times, usually on sunny days when the square was packed with people. Today, though, the landscape was barren and slippery. The marble statues that were usually blinding beneath the light were buried under heaps of snow. Upon entering the museum and going through security, she paused to take a breath, attempting to scent out her mother's magic. But all she could smell was coffee, cleaners, and dust. She wandered through exhibits, each one dedicated to a different era of ancient Greece. The displays were beautiful, the items arranged elegantly. Despite the intrigue, it was the people she trained her gaze upon, searching for familiarity in their expressions or their body movement. It was challenging to identify a god if they had manipulated their glamour too much. She was not sure how long she wandered the museum, but after an hour she'd made her rounds through every exhibit, save for the children's wing. As she stared at its entrance, brightly colored with an exaggerated font and cartoonish columns, she caught a familiar smell, a musky citrus that made her blood run cold. Demeter. Her heart beat harder as she stepped further and further into the colorful and interactive wing, passing wax statues and models of ancient buildings, following the scent of Demeter's magic until she found her at the center of a group of children. She had definitely taken steps to hide her true identity, appearing older with graying hair and a few more wrinkles. However, she still maintained that haughty air that was so reminiscent of her mother. It appeared she was giving a tour, and right now she was explaining the history of the Pan-Hellenic Games and their importance in their culture. This is not what she had imagined, even when she'd guessed Demeter was hiding in plain sight. Watching her with the children was like watching another god. She was no longer severe, and there was a light to her eyes Persephone had not seen since she was very young. Then Demeter looked up and met Persephone's gaze, and all of that kindness melted away. The moment was brief, a flicker of disappointment and anger and disgust, before she turned her gaze back to the children, a smile dancing across her face so wide her eyes creased. "Why don't you spend some time exploring? I'll be here if you have any questions. Run along." "Thank you, Ms. Doso," the children said in unison. Persephone did not move once the children spirited away, but Demeter turned toward her, narrowing her eyes, lifting her chin into the air.
"Have you come to kill me?"
Persephone flinched. "No."
"Then you have come to reprimand me."
Persephone did not respond immediately.
"Well?"
Demeter's tone was sharp. "I know what happened to you before I was born," Persephone said, noting the surprise in Demeter's gaze, in the way her lips parted. Still, it was only a moment of weakness, a moment where Persephone glimpsed her mother's true pain and anguish before she buried it again, scowling.
"Are you claiming to understand me now?"
"I would never pretend to know what you have gone through," Persephone said. "But I wish I had known."
"And what would that have changed?"
"Nothing, save that I might have spent less time angry with you." Demeter offered a savage smile.
"Why regret anger? It feeds so many things."
"Like your revenge?"
"Yes," she hissed.
"You know you can stop this," Persephone said. "There is no fighting fate."
"Do you believe that?"
Demeter asked.
"Given the fate of Tyche?"
Persephone's lips flattened. It was Demeter's admission. "She loved you," Persephone said.
"Perhaps. And yet she, too, told me I could not fight fate, and here I am, her thread cut by my hands."
"Everyone can murder, Mother," Persephone said.
And yet, not everyone can murder a god, she replied.
So this is your path, Persephone said. All because I fell in love with Hades? Demeter's lips curled.
Oh, righteous daughter, this is beyond you. I will take down every Olympian who sided with fate, every worshipper who holds them in high regard, and eventually I will kill them too. And when I am finished, I will tear this world apart around you.
Persephone's anger shook her body. You think I will stand aside and watch?
Oh, flower, you will have no choice. It was then Persephone understood. There was no reclaiming the Demeter beneath the surface. That goddess was long gone, and while she appeared every so often, when she smiled at children and when she recalled her trauma, she would never be that person again. This is who she thought she had to be for survival. She'd lost her mother a long time ago, and this was goodbye. The Olympians are looking for you. Then Demeter offered a horrible smile. She looked as if she were about to speak when she was interrupted. Ms. Doso, a child called, and Demeter turned. Her twisted mouth and narrow eyes vanished, replaced by a smile and sparkling eyes. Yes, my darling. Her voice was quiet and cool, a tone reserved for sweet lullabies. Tell us the story of Heracles. Of course. She offered a laugh that sounded silvery. Her gaze shifted to Persephone, and once again her false facade melted away, and she spoke. You should fear their search for me, daughter. Then the goddess of harvest turned, dismissing Persephone without another glance. Demeter's words were a warning, and it cast a horrible shadow over her heart. Persephone took a deep breath, hating how her throat filled with the taste of her mother's magic, and left the museum. Chapter 28. A Touch of Terror. Persephone did not return to work after her visit to the museum. Instead, she teleported to the underworld and went in search of Hecate, finding the goddess in her meadow waiting. She was dressed in black robes today, matching Nepheli, who sat poised behind her like an omen. She slowed upon seeing them, anxiety erupting in her chest. Hecate never waited for her. She was always doing something, gathering herbs and mushrooms, making poisons, or cursing mortals. She halted at the edge of the meadow and stared at the goddess. I felt your rage the moment you entered the underworld, Hecate said. I am changing, Hecate, Persephone said. Her voice broke. You are becoming, Hecate corrected. You feel it, don't you? The darkness rising. I do not wish to be like my mother. It was her greatest fear, something she'd thought about since the night she'd asked Hades to take her to Tartarus so she could torture Pirithous. I do not flinch at torture, Persephone said. I wish for vengeance against those who have wronged me. I would kill to protect my heart. I don't know who I am anymore. You are Persephone, Hecate said, the fated queen of Hades. Her chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. You should not feel ashamed of hurting people who hurt you, Hecate said. It is the nature of battle. They had spoken of combat and of war. They were words that had been threaded through conversations over the last few months. Battle with Demeter, war with the gods. But does it mean I am no better than those who hurt me? Hecate offered a sarcastic laugh. Whoever said so has never been hurt, not like you have and not like I have. Persephone wanted to ask Hecate more questions. How had she been hurt? But Persephone also knew the kind of sorrow those questions unleashed, and she did not wish to bring that upon the goddess. Your mother wages war on the world above,
Hecate said.
Do you wish to defeat her?
Yes, Persephone hissed.
Then I will teach you,
Hecate said, and her words were followed by a terrible surge of power as black fire gathered into her hands, casting shadows on her face. She looked terrifying, her face ashy and drained of color.
I will fight you like your mother will fight you, she said. You will think I never loved you.
Before Persephone could think too long on those words, Hecate unleashed her shadow magic. When it hit, she was thrown back into the trunk of a tree. The pain was unbearable, a sharp ache that made her feel like her spine had broken into pieces. She couldn't move, so she immediately called up her magic, working to heal herself. But Nepheli's sudden bellow turned Persephone's blood to ice. She'd forgotten about the Grimm who barreled toward her. She wasn't completely healed as she rolled to her feet and flung out her hand, using her magic to teleport the creature to another part of the underworld. Across the meadow, Hecate stood still. And for the first time since Persephone met the goddess of witchcraft, she realized she had never truly felt Hecate's magic. She'd sensed it in bursts, like ghostly lights igniting in the dark, guiding her intermittently and smelling of sage and earth. This magic, the kind she'd summoned to fight, was different. It was ancient. It smelled bitter and acidic, like wine, but left a tang in the back of her throat, a metallic taste akin to blood. Sensing it left a feeling of dread embedded in her heart, and suddenly, its irregular pounding was the only thing she could focus on. That, and Hecate's rapid approach. She focused on healing and gathering her power, recounting words that Hades had used while he'd fought her in the grove.
If you were fighting any other Olympian, any enemy, they would have never let you up.
Hecate played by this rule, sending more shadow magic barreling toward her. Persephone raised her hand, and for the slightest of seconds, everything slowed. But unlike the other times she had managed to freeze time, Hecate's magic pulsed, as if she were only using a fraction of it before, destroying her spell. The shadows crashed into her again, sending her flying backward. Persephone landed hard, the wind knocked from lungs, the earth piling up around her as she came to a sliding stop. As she lay there, the ground began to tremble and groan. She felt the earth yawn beneath her, and she scrambled to her hands and knees, nails digging into the dirt to keep from falling into the chasm that had opened beneath her. She looked up, finding Hecate only a few feet away. Her eyes were all black. She had broken the earth without lifting a finger. She had used powerful magic and was not lethargic. She had Persephone on her knees, and she'd only used an ounce of her abilities. Persephone tried to pull herself up, but she only managed to fall a little further. Hecate! The goddess's name fell from her lips, but she was not moved by her plea. Instead, her answer was to hurl more flame. Persephone fell, screaming, into the chasm. It was dark for only a few seconds before she landed in the battle-worn clearing once more. She crashed several feet into the ground before coming to rest at the bottom of a crater. She lay there for a second, blinking up at the underworld sky. It was hazy and bright. Again, she recalled Hades' teachings. How do I fight when I do not know what power you will use against me?
You will never know.
She teleported, appearing behind Hecate, magic stirring in her blood. As soon as she landed, the goddess of magic turned, and this time, instead of throwing shadow, black thorny vines erupted from the ground. Persephone's eyes widened before she vanished once more. As she appeared a few feet away, she dug deep, calling her magic forth. A similar thorny vine burst from the ground, thicker, sharper, with red-tipped spikes. It tangled with Hecate's, a barrier between the two goddesses.
Finally,
Hecate said, and a wicked smile cut across her face. Persephone felt Hecate's magic erupt, an energy so fierce and deadly it made her heart rattle in her chest. Then the tangle of thorns exploded, and Persephone hit the ground, covering her head as spikes scattered across the clearing. She felt several sharp stings as her body was lanced with thorns. She roared through the pain, her magic sweeping through her, pushing the splintered wood out of her body and sealing the wounds.
"You are the only one who can stop your mother," Hecate said. "Yet it seems to me you are waiting for the Olympians to intervene."
Persephone flinched. Hecate was not wrong, but the difference was the Olympians were far more powerful than she was.
"Perhaps more powerful then. But now?" Hecate asked.
"Get out of my head," Persephone said between her teeth. The goddess of witchcraft ignored her.
"What if they do not side with you? What if they tear you and Hades apart?"
Persephone's hands shook, and there was a shift inside her, a change to her magic. She was drawing from a well she had only accessed once before. It was dark. It was a part of her where she'd stored her anger and her doubt and her fear, every negative thought and experience she'd ever had. That energy seeped from her body and into the earth. All around them, the leaves and the grass wilted and withered. The limbs of the trees dropped as if melted. She was draining Hades' magic from the underworld, stealing its life to feed her own. If Hecate noticed, she did not hesitate in her speech.
"Zeus will take the path of least resistance. You are the least resistance. You are weak."
"I am not weak."
"Prove it."
The earth at their feet was now barren. The trees that were once lush and emerald had turned to ash, the remnants carried away as a darkness gathered around Persephone, lifting her hair and tearing at her clothes. "I am a goddess of life," Persephone said, "a queen of death." As the shadows swirled, Persephone felt as though she herself were becoming darkness. "I am the beginning and end of worlds." In the next second, she charged, moving faster than she'd ever moved in her life, and as she neared Hecate, she brought her hands together. A dark energy pulsed there, shooting out and hitting the goddess in the chest. She flew back, her feet dragging along the ground, tearing up the earth. She came to land in a tangle of thorns Persephone had summoned, caging her wrists and her ankles. As the dust settled, Persephone was left breathing hard, her body humming from the energy she'd managed to summon from the underworld. Hecate smiled.
"Well done, my dear," she said. "Shall we have tea?"
Persephone felt something wet beneath her nose, and as she touched her lips, they came away covered in blood. Her brows knitted together. "Huh," she mumbled. "Yes, tea would be lovely." They retired to Hecate's cottage, leaving the meadow drained of magic. "Should I restore it?" Persephone asked as they walked away.
"No," Hecate said, nonchalant. "Let Hades see your handiwork."
Persephone did not argue. She was feeling tired, though not as exhausted as she had in the past when she'd used her magic. The blood was new, though, and as she sat down at Hecate's table, the goddess handed her a black cloth.
"You used a lot of power," Hecate explained. "Your body will grow used to it."
An earthy, bitter scent filled the space as Hecate prepared tea.
"Have you thought any more on the wedding?" Hecate asked. "The souls are eager to confirm a date."
"I haven't," Persephone replied, staring down at her hands. Her nails were broken, and her fingers were dirty. The wedding brought up other feelings, like blame. Suddenly she wanted to fight again, just so she didn't have to face how she was feeling. Hecate placed a steaming mug of tea in front of her, along with a jar of honey.
"You'll need to sweeten it,"
she said.
It's willow bark, so it will be bitter.
Persephone added the honey slowly and sipped the tea. She concentrated hard on the task, avoiding eye contact with Hecate, though she knew the goddess stared.
Are you well, my dear?
Hecate asked, sitting across from Persephone. She did not know how to reply, so she stayed quiet, but her eyes blurred with tears.
My dear.
Hecate's voice was low. No, she whispered, and her voice cracked. I am not well. Hecate reached across the table and covered Persephone's hand with her own.
Do you wish to tell me?
Persephone swallowed, tears streaming silently down her face. It has been a long day, she said in a hushed tone. She paused, and then spoke. I am afraid Hades will distance himself from me.
I do not think he would be able to stay away long,
Hecate replied. You do not know what I did.
What did you do?
Persephone recounted what had occurred between them the previous night. She'd had to pause to take deep breaths, not expecting to have such a visceral response to merely recalling the experience. But even now, as she thought about how they'd begun, with healing kisses that had slowly morphed into something more passionate, and how it ended with the horror of reliving Pirithous' abduction, she found that her heart raced and her chest hurt.
Dearest, you did nothing wrong.
It had not felt that way when she had woken up alone.
It might be true that Hades is distancing himself. It is likely he is doing so because he thinks he hurt you.
She knew that was true. She would never forget how horrified he had looked after he had realized what had happened. I hurt him, she replied.
You scared him,
Hecate clarified.
There is a difference.
I hate Pirithous for what he has done. First he invaded my dreams, and now the most sacred part of my life with Hades.
Hate him if it helps,
Hecate said.
But Pirithous will not go away until you confront what happened to you.
Persephone swallowed thickly. I feel ridiculous. So many people have experienced worse. She thought of Lara, who had been raped by Zeus.
Do not compare trauma, Persephone,
Hecate said.
It will do no good. You will find a way to take back your power.
I feel powerful when I am with Hades. I feel most powerful when we have sex. I do not know why, only that I am in awe that this god worships at my feet.
Then take that power back,
Hecate said.
Sex is about pleasure as much as it is about communication. Talk to Hades. Tell him what you need.
Persephone met Hecate's gaze. I love him, Hecate. The world wants to take him from me, and I fear if I do not release him, there will be war.
Oh, my dear,
Hecate said, a note of melancholy in her voice.
No matter your choice, there is no avoiding war.
Chapter 29. Healing. Persephone ate dinner with the souls in Asphodel. When she returned to the palace, she bathed and changed into a white nightgown that stuck to her damp skin. Heading to her bedroom, she was not surprised to find it empty, despite feeling Hades' presence somewhere in the underworld. She thought of her conversation with Hecate and knew she had to end this before it went any further. Stepping out onto the balcony, she went in search of him, descending the stairs into Hades' lush garden. The stone pathway was cool against her bare feet, and the air felt damp as if it had just rained, though as far as Persephone was aware, it did not rain in the underworld. As she broke through the shady canopy of the garden, dusk settled in muted tones of pink and orange and blue. A skeletal moon was growing brighter, And beneath that beautiful sky was Hades. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus ran in circles around him, flattening the grass as they chased after their red ball. It was Cerberus who noticed her first, then Typhon, then Orthrus, and last Hades, who turned and stared as she approached. His eyes were dark and burned every part of her exposed skin. Desire erupted in her stomach, hardening her nipples beneath the thin fabric of her nightgown. She halted a few steps from him. "I haven't seen you all day," she said.
"It was a busy day," he answered. "As was yours. I saw the grove."
"You do not sound impressed."
"I am, but to say I am surprised would be a lie. I know your capabilities."
Hades had always known her potential, and yet he'd been the first to teach her that her worth was not tied to her power. It was a hard lesson to learn when the value of the divine was placed upon their abilities. Silence stretched between them as the words Persephone wanted to say crowded her mouth. Hades looked so haunted, standing there beneath his beautiful sky. She wanted him so badly, his warmth and his scent. Just say the words, she thought, taking a deep breath as if to prepare. But she only managed to let it out in a slow stream of air.
"Did you come to say goodnight?"
Hades asked. Persephone looked at him, surprised. She never sought him out to say goodnight because she did not have to. He always went to bed with her, even if he did not stay. "Will you not come to bed with me?" she asked, watching as Hades' throat bobbed.
"I will join you shortly,"
he replied, but he did not look at her. Instead, he stared off at the fading horizon. It was the second night he'd lied. Her throat tightened. She considered leaving, fleeing, really. In the face of the wall Hades was building, it seemed easier to run away than attempt to tear it down. Except she knew that wasn't true. "I want to talk about the other night," she said, imbuing her voice with as much confidence as she could. Her request drew Hades' attention, his fierce gaze, his clenched jaw, his tense body. He opened his mouth and then closed it before looking away.
"I did not mean to hurt you,"
he said. And those words opened a raw wound in her chest. "I know," Persephone said. Tears burned her eyes. In turn, Hades' own breath came fast, as if he were holding back a dam of emotion.
"I was so lost in my desire, in what I wished to do with you, I didn't see what was happening. I pushed you too far. It will never happen again."
"No," she wanted to scream. It was what she feared, that Hades would halt exploring with her out of fear. "What if that's what I want?" she asked. Hades stared at her, searching her gaze, and she continued. "I want to try so many things with you, but I am afraid you will not want me."
"Persephone."
Hades took a tentative step forward, then another. "I know it isn't true, but I cannot help how I think, and I thought it was better to say what was on my mind than keep it to myself. I don't want to stop learning with you." His hands came to rest upon her face, a gentle touch as if she were porcelain. He tilted her head so that her gaze would meet his and spoke.
"I will always want you."
He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and as he pulled away, Persephone latched onto his forearms. "I know you hurt for me, but I need you."
"I am here."
She held his gaze and guided his hands from her face to her breasts. "Touch me," she whispered. "We can go slow." She did not release his hands as he gently squeezed her breasts, or when his thumb and forefinger brushed her nipples.
"What else?"
he asked, voice low and husky. "Kiss me," she said, and he did. His lips pressed gently to hers, and his tongue slid over the seam of her mouth. She opened for him, tasting him, their rhythm a slow, intoxicating exchange. Hades' hands remained on her breasts, kneading and caressing. Then he shifted closer, one hand moving into her hair, and froze suddenly, pulling away.
"I'm sorry. I did not ask if that was okay."
"It's okay," she whispered. "I'm okay." She reached for him and brought their lips together. This time she led, driving her tongue into his mouth. Her fingers thrust through his silken hair, releasing it from its tight binding. She used it to pull him closer and kiss him harder, and then her hands shifted, skimming down his chest to his cock, which strained, desperate for release. This time, his hand came to rest over hers, grinding against her palm.
"Touch me,"
he said. And she did, first through the fabric, but when that wasn't enough, she unbuttoned his pants and freed his sex. He was warm and soft and hard, and as her hand moved, working from root to tip, they continued to kiss until Hades pulled away. His face glistened with sweat. "Kneel," she whispered, and they both hit their knees, kissing desperately until Persephone eased Hades onto his back. She lifted her gown and straddled him, sliding over his sex with her own. The friction was delicious, and without delay she guided him inside her. She let out a breath so deep it felt like her soul had left her body. Hades groaned, his fingers digging into her thighs. "Yes," he hissed, as she moved, rolling her hips to feel him deeper. Their eyes held and their breath quickened. Persephone took his hands, guiding them over her body, to her breasts, down her sides, over her ass.
"Fuck."
Hades' curse was low and breathless. She leaned forward and kissed him, devoured him, drowned in him. There was nothing but him beneath the skeletal moon and starry sky, and when she grew too weak to move, Hades sat up, gripped her neck and her back, and helped her slide along his cock until he came. They sat in the middle of the field, joined until their breathing eased. After, Persephone stood on wobbly legs. Hades held her hands from the ground.
"Are you well?"
She smiled down at him. "Yes, very." Hades followed her to her feet and restored his appearance. After a moment, he held out his hand.
"Are you ready for bed, my darling?"
"As long as you are coming too."
"Of course,"
he replied. As they made their way back through the garden, Hades' pace slowed to a stop. Persephone looked at him, wary. "What is it?"
"When you said you wanted to try things with me, what things exactly?"
Persephone's face flushed. It was ironic, given that they'd just had sex in the field outside the palace. "What are you willing to teach?" she asked.
"Anything,"
he said.
"Everything."
"Perhaps we should begin where we failed," she answered. "With bondage." Hades stared at her for a long moment before brushing a piece of her hair from her face.
"Are you sure?"
She nodded. "I will tell you when I feel afraid." Hades rested his forehead against hers, and as he spoke, his breath warmed her lips.
"You hold my heart in your hands, Persephone. And your cock, too, apparently,"
Hermes said. They turned to find the god of mischief standing a few steps away, looking thoroughly amused. He was dressed as if he'd stepped out of antiquity, in gold robes that shimmered in the night and sandals that squeezed his calves.
"Hermes,"
Hades growled.
"I thought interrupting now was probably better than a few minutes ago,"
he said. "You were watching?" Persephone asked, torn between feeling angry and embarrassed.
To be fair, you were having sex in the middle of the underworld, Hermes pointed out. And I have thrown you just as far, Hades said. Need a reminder? No. If you are going to be angry at anyone, be angry at Zeus. He sent me.
Persephone's stomach dropped. Why? She asked.
He's called for a feast, he said.
A feast? Tonight?
Yes.
Hermes looked at his wrist, which Persephone noted had no watch.
In exactly an hour.
And we must be in attendance? She asked.
Well, I didn't just watch you have sex for nothing, Hermes said mildly.
Persephone rolled her eyes. Why must we attend? And why at such short notice?
He did not say, but perhaps he has finally decided to bless your union. Hermes paused to chuckle. I mean, why would he call for a banquet if he was going to say no? Have you met my brother? Hades asked, clearly not amused. Unfortunately, yes. He's my father, Hermes responded.
Then he clapped his hands together.
Well, I'll see you two soon.
Hermes vanished. Persephone turned fully to Hades. Do you think it is true that he is summoning us to bless our marriage?
Hades' jaw visibly relaxed before he answered. I will not venture to guess.
To Persephone, that translated to, I will not hope, and she'd be lying if she didn't admit that it only made her feel more uneasy. What do I wear? Persephone asked. Hades looked down at her.
Let me dress you.
She smirked. Do you really think that is wise?
Yes, he said, drawing her close with an arm around her waist. For one, it will not take long, which means we have approximately 59 minutes for anything you may desire.
Anything? She asked, leaning close.
Yes,
Hades breathed. Then I desire a bath. While she'd just left them, she had spent the last few minutes rolling around in the grass with Hades. Needless to say, she felt a little dirty. Hades chuckled.
Coming up, my queen.
Chapter 30. A Feast upon Olympus. Hades walked a circle around Persephone. She stood still, the center of his world, wearing a gown he had manifested with his magic. It was soft and black, accentuating the curve of her body. An elegant sweetheart neckline and long caped sleeves created a regal silhouette. A shiver vibrated down her spine, causing her shoulders to straighten and her back to arch slightly. She thought that Hades might have noticed when he spoke, because his words came out in a low, sensual growl.
Drop your glamour,
he said. She obeyed without hesitation, letting her glamour slip away to reveal her divine form. Like Hades, she didn't use this form often, except for events in the underworld. It felt most natural here, among the people who recognized and worshipped her as a goddess. As Hades came to a stop before her, the force of his presence stole her breath. He was stunning, robed in black and crowned with iron. His bright blue gaze trailed from her horns to her feet, snagging on her breasts and the curve of her hips.
Just one more thing,
he said, lifting his hands. And as he did, a crown appeared. It matched his, all jagged black edges. Her lips curled as he placed it upon her head. She was surprised by how light it felt. Are you making a statement, my lord? She asked as his hands fell to his sides.
I thought that was obvious.
That I belong to you? Hades placed a finger beneath her chin as he spoke.
No, that we belong to each other.
He kissed her, and as he pulled away, his gentle gaze connected with hers.
You are beautiful, my darling.
She traced the shape of his face, the curve of his nose, the bow of his lips. She was certain she had memorized every dip and hollow and curve, but suddenly she felt the need to be sure she had internalized all parts of him, for fear of never seeing him again. Hades' brows drew together. His fingers brushed down the side of her face.
"Are you well?"
"Yes, perfect," she replied, though they both knew she wasn't being completely honest. She was afraid. "Are you ready?"
"I am never ready for Olympus,"
Hades said.
"Do not leave my side."
She would have no problem with that, unless, of course, Hermes pulled her away. Her grip tightened on his arm as he teleported. Her heart stuttered in her chest, anxious at returning to the ancient home of the gods, even though a few of them were friends. They arrived in the marble courtyard upon Mount Olympus, where an arc of 12 statues rose before them, each carved to resemble the Olympians. Persephone recognized it as the space where Tyche's body had been burned. It was the lowest part of Olympus. The rest of the city was built into the mountainside and accessed by a number of steep passages. Stories above them, there was a loud clamor of voices and music. At the very top of the mountain was a temple, where warm light streamed from the arched columns of an open porch. "I am assuming that is our destination?" Persephone asked.
"Unfortunately,"
Hades replied. The walk was pleasant, a winding stair that took them past pretty doors and exceptional views. Up this high, the clouds were close, the stars brilliant, the sky inky blue. She found herself wondering what the sunrise and sunset looked like from here. She could just imagine. The burning bronze of the sun probably bathed the marble in gold, and all around would be clouds of the same color. It would be a gilded palace in the sky, beautiful and unworthy of those who ruled it. The final ascension to the temple was a wide set of stairs flanked with 2 large basins of fire that led to an open porch. At the top, Persephone found a room crowded with gods, demigods, immortal creatures, and favored mortals. She recognized all the gods, and a few of the favored, Ajax and Hector in particular, who wore short white chitons and gold circlets in their hair. Other guests were dressed more extravagantly and more modern, in gowns that glittered with sequins and beads, suits with velvet or a sleek sheen. There was laughter, excitement, and an electricity charged the air that had nothing to do with magic, until they appeared. Then, one by one, heads turned to stare, and silence swept through the crowd. There were a number of expressions: intrigue, fear, and disapproving frowns. Though her heart hammered in her chest and she squeezed Hades' hand tight, she kept her head held high and looked at him, smiling. "It seems I am not the only one who can't help staring at you, my love," she said. "I think the whole room is enthralled." Hades chuckled.
"Oh, my darling, they are staring at you."
Their exchange encouraged a wave of whispers as they made their way onto the floor. The crowd parted for them, as if they feared the brush of either god would turn them to ash. It reminded Persephone of a time when she'd been frustrated with Hades for letting the world think he was cruel. Now she considered that it was probably his greatest weapon, the power of fear. "Sephi!" She turned in time, releasing Hades' hand as she did, to find Hermes zipping through the crowd. He was wearing the brightest suit she'd ever seen, in a shade of yellow that resembled the skin of a lemon. It had black lapels and flowers embroidered on the jacket in colors of teal, red, and green. "You look stunning," he said, taking her hands into his and lifting them as if to inspect her gown. She grinned. "Thank you, Hermes, but I should warn you, you are complimenting Hades' handiwork. He made the dress." There were a few gasps. The crowd, still quiet since their arrival, were listening.
Of course he did, and in his favorite color, Hermes observed, a brow raised. Actually, Hermes, black is not my favorite color,
Hades said, his voice quiet but somehow resonant, and Persephone felt as if the room was collectively holding their breath.
Then what is it?
The question came from a nymph Persephone did not recognize, but judging by her ashy hair, she'd guessed she was a Malice, an ash tree nymph. The corner of Hades' lips lifted as he answered.
Red.
Red? Another demanded.
Why red?
Hades' smile grew, and he looked down at Persephone. His hand settled on her waist. She imagined he did not like this attention, but he was doing well under the scrutiny.
I think I began to favor the color when Persephone wore it at the Olympian gala.
She blushed. She couldn't help it. That night had been the night she'd given in to her desire for him, and in the aftermath she'd felt life for the first time, a faint heartbeat in the world around her. A few people sighed longingly, while some scoffed.
Who would have thought my brother to be so sentimental?
The question came from Poseidon, who stood nearly halfway across the room. He wore an aqua blue suit, his hair was thrust back into a wave of blonde, and corkscrew-like horns jutted from his head. On his arm was a woman Persephone knew to be Amphitrite. She was beautiful, regal, with bright red hair and a delicate face. She clung to Poseidon, and Persephone could not tell if it was from devotion or fear of his wandering eye. Once Poseidon spoke, he offered a laugh, devoid of any humor, and drank from his glass.
Ignore him, Hermes said. He's had too much ambrosia. Do not make excuses for him, Hades said. Poseidon is always an ass. Brother!
Boomed another voice, and Persephone cringed as Zeus's large frame barreled through the crowd. He was dressed in a light blue chiton that clasped over one shoulder, leaving part of his chest exposed. His shoulder-length hair and full beard were dark in color but threaded through with silver. Persephone could not help thinking that his boisterous manner was all an act of deception. Beneath the surface of this god was something dark.
And gorgeous Persephone! So glad you could make it.
I was under the impression we did not have a choice, Persephone said.
You're rubbing off on her, brother.
Zeus laughed, jabbing Hades in the side. His eyes ignited, angry by the touch.
Why wouldn't you come? This is your engagement feast, after all.
Persephone thought that was ironic, given their quiet welcome. Then that must mean we have your blessing, Persephone said, to marry. Again, Zeus laughed.
That is not for me to decide, dear. It is my oracle who will decide.
Don't call me dear, Persephone said.
It is only a word. I meant no offense.
I don't care what you intended, Persephone countered. The word offends me. Stark silence stretched between all the gods. And then Zeus laughed.
Hades, your plaything is far too sensitive.
There was a blur as Hades' hand moved to grip Zeus by the neck. The whole room went silent. Hermes grasped Persephone's arm, ready to pull her away the second these two went to battle.
What did you call my fiancé?
Hades asked. Then Persephone saw it, the look she'd been waiting to see, the truth of Zeus's nature beneath the facade. His eyes darkened, burning with a light so fierce and ancient she felt fear in the very depths of her soul. The jovial expression he usually maintained melted into something evil, darkening the hollows of his cheeks and the space beneath his eyes.
Careful, Hades, I still rule your fate. Wrong, brother. Apologize.
A few more seconds ticked by, and Persephone did not think Zeus would cave. He seemed more like the kind of god who would go to war over a few words than what really mattered, the death and destruction her mother was wreaking on the world below. But after a few moments, the god of thunder cleared his throat.
"Persephone," he said, "forgive me."
She did not, but Hades released his throat. Zeus regained his composure easily, his rage melting away into his usually jovial expression. He even laughed, energetic and full.
"Let us feast!"
Dinner was held in a banquet hall adjacent to the porch. A large horizontal table rose above the rest on the far side of the room, at which most of the Olympians were already seated. Persephone looked at Hades. "It appears we will not be sitting together," she said.
"How so?"
She nodded toward the front of the room. "I am not an Olympian."
"Being one is overrated," he said. "I shall sit with you, wherever you'd like."
"Won't that make Zeus angry?"
"Yes."
"Do you want to marry me?" Persephone asked. Making Zeus mad didn't seem like the best way to gain his blessing.
"Darling, I will marry you despite what Zeus says."
Persephone did not doubt that, but she did have a question. What does he do when he does not bless a marriage?
"He arranges a marriage for the woman,"
Hades said. Persephone ground her teeth, and Hades placed his hand on the small of her back, directing her to a chair at one of the round tables on the floor. He helped her sit, and then took his place beside her. There were two others at the table Hades had chosen, a man and woman. They were young and looked similar, like siblings, their hair curled in the same pattern, golden in color, and their green eyes were wide. Both appeared to be petrified and awed by their presence. Persephone smiled at them. "Hi," she greeted. "I'm
"Persephone,"
the man said.
"we know who you are."
"Yes," she said, her voice a little high, unsure of what to make of the man's words or his tone. "What are your names?" They hesitated.
"That is Thales, and that is Callista,"
Hades said.
"They are children of Apeliotes."
Apeliotes? Persephone did not recognize the name.
"The god of the southeast wind,"
Hades replied mildly. Again, their eyes widened. You know us?" Callista asked. Hades looked annoyed.
"Of course."
The two exchanged a look, but before they could say anything else, they were interrupted.
"Hades, what are you doing?"
The question came from Aphrodite, who had paused at their table. She was dressed in a beautifully pleated gown with an empire-belted waist. The fabric was gold and glistened beneath the light as she moved. Beside her was Hephaestus, who stood stoic and quiet, dressed in a simple gray tunic and black trousers.
"Sitting,"
Hades replied.
"But you are at the wrong table." "As long as I am with Persephone, I am right," he replied.
Aphrodite frowned. "How is Harmonia, Aphrodite?" Persephone asked. The goddess's sea-green eyes shifted to meet her gaze.
"Fine, I suppose. She has been spending much of her time with your friend Sybil."
Persephone hesitated. "I think they have become very good friends." Aphrodite offered a small smile.
"Friends," she repeated. "Have you forgotten I am the goddess of love?"
With that, the two departed. Persephone watched as Hephaestus walked Aphrodite to the Olympians' table, helped her sit, and then left to find a table for himself. She turned to Hades. "Do you think Aphrodite is opposed to Harmonia's choice of partner?"
"Do you mean is she opposed because Sybil is a woman? No. Aphrodite believes love is love. If Aphrodite is upset, it is because Harmonia's relationship means she has less time for her.
Persephone frowned, and for a moment she thought she could understand how Aphrodite felt. Harmonia's attack had brought the goddess back into her life, and that had meant companionship. And as much as Aphrodite liked to pretend she did not mind her independence, Persephone, everyone knew she craved attention, specifically the attention of Hephaestus. Do you think Aphrodite and Hephaestus will ever reconcile?
We can all only hope. They are both completely unbearable.
Persephone rolled her eyes and nudged him with her elbow, but the god of the dead only chuckled. Dinner appeared before them: lamb, lemon potatoes, roasted carrots, and eleopsamo, a bread baked with black olives. The smells were savory and made Persephone realize just how hungry she was. Hades reached for a silver pitcher on the table.
Ambrosia?
He asked. She raised a brow. Straight? Ambrosia was not like wine. It was stronger than mortal alcohol. Persephone had only had a small amount in the past, and that had been due to Lexa, who had bought a bottle of Dionysus's famous wine, which had been mixed with a drop of the divine liquid.
Just a little,
he said, and poured a small amount in her goblet. Hades filled his own to the brim.
What?
He asked when he noticed Persephone staring. You are an alcoholic, she said.
Functioning.
Persephone shook her head and sipped the ambrosia. The taste filled her mouth with a cool, honeyed sensation.
Do you like it?
Hades asked. His voice was low, almost sensual, and drew her attention. Yes, she breathed. Callista cleared her throat, and Persephone turned to look at her. So, how did you two meet? She asked. Hermes snorted, appearing beside Persephone holding his plate and silverware.
You sit before gods, and that is the question you choose to ask?
Hermes, what are you doing? Persephone asked.
I missed you,
he said, and shrugged. As soon as the god of mischief sat beside her, Apollo left the Olympian table to sit beside Ajax. I think you started a movement, Hades, Persephone said. One Zeus did not seem happy about, as his lips twisted into a scowl. Hades looked at her and smiled.
I have a question,
Thales said, grinning, his eyes glinting as he looked at Hades.
How will I die? Horribly,
Hades replied. The young man's face fell. Hades! Persephone elbowed him.
Is that true?
The man asked. He is just kidding, Persephone said. Aren't you, Hades?
No,
he replied, his tone far too serious. They ate in silence for a few awkward minutes, until Zeus stood, clanking a gold spoon against a goblet of ambrosia, so loud Persephone thought the glass would shatter. Oh, no, Hermes muttered. What? Persephone asked.
Zeus is going to give a speech. They're always horrible.
The room went quiet, and all eyes turned to the god of thunder.
We are gathered to celebrate my brother Hades, he said, who has found a beautiful maiden he wishes to marry, Persephone, goddess of spring, daughter of dread Demeter.
Dread Demeter was right. Just the sound of her name made Persephone's stomach twist. Hermes leaned over.
Did he just say maiden, as in a virgin? He has to know that isn't true, right?
Hermes, Persephone seethed. Zeus continued.
Tonight we celebrate love, and those who have found it. May we all be so lucky. And Hades...
Zeus lifted his glass and stared directly at them.
May the oracle bless your union.
After dinner, they returned to the open porch. Music began again, a sweet sound that swept through the air. As she searched for the source, She found Apollo played upon his lyre. His eyes were closed, his face relaxed, and she realized she had never seen him without tension in his face. She watched him for a long moment, until he opened his violet eyes and saw that they darkened with jealousy. Her gaze shifted to where Ajax stood across the room, signing animatedly with a man she did not recognize. Persephone was sure Ajax was just happy to communicate with someone without having to read their lips. But she was also not aware of how Apollo's conversation with him, or Hector, had gone. Or rather, if he'd had it at all.
"Shall we dance?"
Hades asked, offering his hand to Persephone. "I would like nothing more," she said as the god of the dead led her into the crowd. He drew her close, and she felt his need press into her stomach. She met his gaze, heavy with desire, and raised a brow. "Aroused, my love?" Hades smirked, and she did not know if he smiled because of her candid question or her term of endearment.
"Always, my darling,"
he replied. Persephone reached between them, grasping his cock, her hands hidden in his robes.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, a sultry edge to his voice. "I don't think I need to explain myself," she said.
"Are you trying to provoke me in front of these Olympians?"
"Provoke you?" Persephone's voice was breathy as she stroked him. She hated the fabric between them and wanted to feel his warmth in her palm. "I would never." Hades' jaw ticked, and he grit his teeth. His arms tightened around her. The closeness made it hard for her to move. She stared into his eyes as she spoke. "I am just trying to please you."
"You please me,"
he said. Their faces were inches apart, and as Persephone's eyes dipped to Hades' lips, he closed his mouth over hers. The kiss was savage and demanding and not appropriate, and when he tore away, he spoke.
"Enough!"
The whole room grew silent, and Persephone's eyes widened. But then he was kissing her again, his hands grasping low beneath her ass as he drew her legs around his waist, grinding into her so hard she gasped. "Hades, everyone can see."
"Smoke and mirrors,"
he mumbled as he left her mouth, trailing kisses down her neck and shoulder. In the next second, they had teleported to a dark room, and Hades had her pinned against a wall. "Not so interested in exhibitionism?" she asked.
"I cannot focus on you the way I wish and maintain the illusion,"
he said, as his fingers parted her hot flesh. Persephone moaned.
"So wet," he hissed. "I could drink from you, but for now I'll settle with tasting."
He pulled his fingers free and placed them into his mouth before planting that hand against the wall and kissing her. "Hades, I want you inside me," she said, reaching between them. His robes seemed endless and were far more frustrating to part. "You once told me to dress for sex. Why can't you?" Hades chuckled.
"Perhaps if you were not so eager, darling, finding my flesh would be much easier,"
he said as he easily unclasped his robes, revealing his muscled chest and engorged flesh. Her fingers closed around him greedily, and then he was inside her. They both groaned, and for a moment neither moved.
"I love you,"
Hades said. She smiled, brushing pieces of his hair from his face. "I love you too." Then he thrust, his fingers digging deep into her skin.
"You feel so good,"
he said. She could only manage one word as she focused on the feel of him pushing inside her. "More," Hades groaned.
"Come for me," he said, "so that I may bathe in your warmth."
His command was reinforced with the movement of his thumb against her clit. A few teasing pulses, and she was undone, her legs shakily hanging on, her body so heavy she would have fallen had Hades not been holding her.
"Yes, my darling,"
Hades said, his fingers biting into her ass as he pumped into her harder, faster, coming inside her so hard she felt the warmth of it, thick and heavy inside her. After, Hades let her legs go, keeping her upright with an arm around his waist. He brushed her hair away from her face, smoothing it into something that did not look so mussed.
"Are you well?"
he asked, still breathless. "Yes, of course," she said, and giggled. "And you?"
"I am well,"
he said, and kissed her forehead before releasing her. Hades clasped his robes and helped Persephone clean up. Then her eyes shifted to the room where he had brought them. Though it was dark, the moonlight streamed in through windows all around, illuminating the entryway of a house. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, partially open to the sky, with a floor of black and white marble that led to a staircase and other interior rooms. "Where are we?" she asked.
"These are my accommodations," he said.
She stared at him. "You have a house on Olympus?"
"Yes,"
he said.
"though I rarely come here."
"How many houses do you have?" She could tell he was counting, which meant he had more than the 3 she was aware of: his palace in the underworld, the home on the island of Lamprey, and this one here on Olympus.
6,
he said.
I think.
"You think?" he shrugged.
"I don't use them all."
She folded her arms over her chest. "Anything else you want to tell me?"
"At this very moment?"
he asked.
"No."
"Who manages your estate?" she asked.
"Ilias,"
Hades replied. "Perhaps I should ask him about your empire."
"You could, but he would tell you nothing."
"I am certain I could persuade him," she said.
Hades frowned. "Careful, darling. I'm not opposed to castrating anyone you decide to tease."
"Jealous?"
"Yes, very."
She shook her head, and then there was a knock on the door behind them. Hades groaned and opened the door. The god of trickery stood opposite them, grinning.
"Dinner wasn't satisfying enough?" "Shut up, Hermes," Hades snapped. "I was sent to retrieve you," he said. "We were just on our way." "Sure," he said, "and I am a law-abiding citizen."
The 3 left Hades' residence. Outside the home, they found themselves in a narrow alleyway. The stone walls on either side were covered in flowering ivy. She could hear the music of the celebration, the laughter and murmur of the crowd. They were not far from the temple. "Why do I get the feeling Zeus does not want Hades and I to wed?"
"Probably because he's a creep," Hermes replied, "and would rather have you himself." "I am not opposed to murdering a god," Hades said. "Fuck the fates." "Calm down, Kronos," he said. "I'm just pointing out the obvious."
Persephone frowned even deeper.
"Don't worry, Sephi. Let's just see what the oracle says."
Once they had returned, Zeus's response was immediate.
"Now that you have decided to rejoin us," he said, "perhaps you are ready to hear what the oracle will say about your marriage."
"I am very eager," Persephone said, glaring at him. The god's eyes glinted.
"Then follow me, Lady Persephone."
They exited the temple, making their way across a courtyard full of beautiful flowers, lemon trees, and statues of cherub-faced children surrounding goddesses of fertility: Aphrodite, Aphaea, Artemis, Demeter, and Dionysus. Once they exited, they came to a narrow passage that led out into a barren marble courtyard. At its center was a round temple. 20 columns surrounded the structure, and it was set high upon a platform. Wide steps led straight to oak doors, the left engraved with the image of an eagle, the right with the image of a bull. Inside the temple, a basin of oil sat at the center, and a set of 10 lit torches hung in holders around the room. Overhead, There was an opening in the ceiling where the dark sky peeked through. Persephone was surprised to find that Hera and Poseidon joined them. Neither of them looked particularly pleased, not Hera with her head tilted stoically, or Poseidon with his thick arms crossed over his chest.
"My counsel," Zeus said when he saw Persephone hesitate.
"I thought the oracle was your counsel," she said.
"The oracle speaks of the future, yes," Zeus said. "But I have lived a long life, and I am aware that the threads of that future are ever-changing. My wife and brother know that, too."
That was far wiser than Persephone expected, which, she reminded herself, was the danger of Zeus. She watched as the god of thunder retrieved a torch from the wall.
"A drop of your blood, if you will,"
Zeus said, standing beside the basin. Persephone looked to Hades, who reached for her hand. They approached the basin, and as she did, she noticed a sharp, needle-like object protruding from the edge. Hades placed his finger upon it and pressed until his blood slid down the gleaming metal. Holding his hand over the basin, he let a drop of blood fall into the oil. She followed his example, wincing as the needle pierced her skin. Once the blood was in the basin, Hades took her hand into his, drawing her finger into his mouth. "Hades," she whispered his name, but when he released her hand, the cut was healed.
"I do not wish to see you bleed."
"It was only a drop," she whispered. The god did not reply, but she knew there was no way she could understand how he truly felt, seeing her injured, even so small. They stepped away from the basin, and Zeus lit the oil. It blazed quickly and burned in an unearthly shade of green. The smoke was thick and billowed. Slowly, the flames began to resemble a person, a woman cloaked in flames.
"Pyrrha," Zeus said, "give us the prophecy of Hades and Persephone."
"Hades and Persephone," the oracle repeated. Their voice was clear, cold, and ancient.
"A powerful union. A marriage that will produce a god more powerful than that of Zeus himself."
And that was it. With the prophecy given, the fire vanished. There was a long silence where Persephone could stare at nothing but the basin. A marriage that will produce a power greater than that of Zeus himself. They were doomed. She knew the moment the words were spoken. Even Hades had stiffened.
"Zeus."
Hades' voice was dark, a frightening tone she had never heard before in her life.
"Hades."
Zeus's tone matched.
"You will not take her from me," he said. "I am king, Hades. Perhaps you need reminding. If that is your wish, I am more than happy to be the end of your reign."
A tense silence followed.
"Are you pregnant?"
Hera asked. Persephone's eyes widened.
"Excuse me? Need I repeat myself?"
Hera asked, annoyed.
"That question is not appropriate," Persephone said. "And yet it is important when considering the prophecy," she replied.
Persephone glared at the goddess.
"Why is that?" "The prophecy states that your marriage will produce a god more powerful than Zeus. A child born of this union would be a very powerful god, a giver of life and death."
Persephone looked at Hades.
"There is no child,"
Hades said.
"There will be no children."
Poseidon chuckled.
"Even the most careful of men have children, Hades. How can you possibly ensure that when you cannot even get through a dance without leaving to fuck?" "I do not have to be careful," Hades said. "It is the Fates who have taken my ability to have children. It is the Fates who wove Persephone into my world."
Do you wish to remain childless? The question came from Hera. Persephone could tell she was curious. I want to marry Hades, she said. If I must remain childless, then I will. But as she spoke the words, her chest ached. Not for herself, but Hades. When he'd told her of the bargain he'd made, he had agonized, and she had quickly recognized that it was Hades who had wanted children.
You are certain you cannot have children, brother? Zeus asked. Very, he gritted out. Let them marry, Zeus, Poseidon said. Obviously, they wish to fuck as husband and wife.
Persephone really hated Poseidon.
And if the marriage produces a child, Zeus asked, I do not trust the fates. Their threads are ever moving, ever changing.
Then we take the child, Hera said. Persephone held on to Hades' hand so tight she thought his fingers might break. All she could think was, do not speak, do not protest.
There will be no child,
Hades repeated, adamant. There was a long moment where Hades and Zeus stood opposite one another, glaring. It was so hot in this room, and each breath Persephone took felt like it was clawing its way out of her throat. She needed to get out of here.
I will bless this union, Zeus said at last. But if the goddess ever becomes pregnant, the infant must be terminated.
At Zeus's words, Hades wasted no time leaving. 1 second they stood in the temple on Olympus, and the next they were in the underworld. Dizzy, Persephone hit the ground and vomited. Chapter 31. A Touch of Forever.
It's okay,
Hades said. He knelt beside her, gathering her to him, brushing her hair out of her sweaty face as she sobbed. It's not, she said. It isn't. They had demanded her child. She did not even know if it was possible for her to ever conceive, but the idea that Zeus would take her child devastated her. I will destroy him, she said. I will end him.
My darling, I have no doubt, Hades said. Come, on your feet.
She rose with him, and Hades took her face between his hands.
Persephone, I would never, will never, let them have any part of you. Do you understand?
She nodded, despite wondering how he could stop them. Zeus was determined to eliminate any and all threats, except the ones that mattered. There was a part of her that did not even trust his blessing. Hades took her to the baths, to a smaller pool than the one they usually used. This one was round and raised.
Let me,
Hades said, helping her out of her gown and into the pool. The water was warm and came to her breasts. Hades knelt, lathering a bar of soap between the folds of a cloth. She shivered as he began washing her, starting with her back, her shoulders, her arms. When he reached her breasts, his movements slowed, and he ran the cloth over her in soft passes until her nipples beaded beneath his touch. When she could take no more, she reached for his wrists. Hades, she breathed. His eyes burned into hers, and he leaned forward and kissed her. Persephone's arms wound around his neck, and she drew him closer, covering him in soap. I want you, she breathed as his lips left hers.
Marry me,
he said. She laughed. I already said yes.
You have. So marry me. Tonight.
Her brows knitted together as she studied him, gauging his seriousness.
I do not trust Zeus or Poseidon or Hera, but I trust us, he said. Marry me tonight, and they cannot take it away.
There was something else at work inside her, an excitement that rose at the thought of finally being Hades' wife, at not having to plan anymore, to worry about flowers or venues or approval. Yes, she said, And as Hades' smile broke across his face, she felt like she was falling in love with him all over again. He kissed her, and for a long moment she wondered if they would leave the baths, but Hades eventually pulled away.
"I will have you tonight as my wife," he said. "Come, I will summon Hecate."
She rinsed off and changed into a robe Hades held for her. The goddess of witchcraft was already waiting as they left the baths.
"Oh, my dear," she said, wrapping her arms around Persephone. "Can you believe it? You will be married tonight. Let's get you ready," she said, looping Persephone's arm through her own. She glared at Hades. "And if I see or sense you anywhere near the Queen's suite, I will banish you to Arachne's pit." "I will not peek," Hades said, grinning at Persephone, his eyes alight, and then his voice dipped. "I'll see you soon."
They parted then, and Persephone found herself in the familiar space of the Queen's suite, the space Hades had made before he knew he would ever have a lover, before he knew of her existence. This room was his hope. Hope, she thought, the most dangerous weapon. She wasn't sure what brought on that thought, but it sent a tremor up her spine that even Hecate noticed.
"Nervous, dear?"
"No," she said. "I'm more ready than ever."
Hecate grinned. "Sit. The lampades are ready."
She gestured to the white vanity where the fairy-like creatures hovered. They were tiny, silver-skinned nymphs with almost invisible wings. White flowers burst against their dark hair. As she sat, they went to work. Their magic tingled against her skin and molded her hair. They were quick and efficient, and when they fluttered to hover behind her head, she admired their work. Simple makeup that accentuated the curve of her eyes, the bow of her lips, the height of her cheekbones, and the soft, pale waves of her hair. Upon her head, at the base of her horns, was a crown of baby's breath. "Beautiful," she said, and then her eyes shifted to Hecate, who hovered in the reflection of the mirror. She held a white gown draped over her arms. Persephone turned fully. "Hecate, when did you—"
"Alma and I worked on it together," she said. "Let's see how it fits."
Hecate helped Persephone into the gown, guiding it over her head. The material was silk and felt cool and soft against her skin. As she turned to face the mirror, she gasped quietly. The dress was beautiful and simple, having a pretty silhouette that seemed to be made specifically for the curve of her breasts and the flare of her hips. The neckline was an elegantly cut V, the straps thin, and a short train trailed behind her.
"A final touch," Hecate said as she brought forth a shimmering veil embroidered with green vines and flowers in colors of red, pink, and white.
The final look was dreamy. It was everything and more than Persephone had ever imagined. She was a goddess, a queen, but most importantly, she was Persephone. "Oh, Hecate, it is beautiful," she said. And as she stared in the mirror, she found it hard to completely grasp that this was her wedding day. She faced the goddess, who was holding a bouquet of white narcissus, roses, and leafy greenery.
"Yuri had the children pick the narcissus," she said.
Persephone smiled and felt tears prick her eyes as she took the flowers.
"No tears, my love," Hecate said. "These are happy times."
"But I am happy." Hecate smiled and took her face between her hands.
"I knew the moment Hades spoke of you that I would love you. I never doubted for a moment that this day would come."
Persephone's lips quivered, but she did her best not to cry. Instead, she took a breath. "Thank you, Hecate, for everything."
"It's time," she said. "Come."
"Hecate," Persephone said, hesitating. There was something she wanted, needed, but she was afraid to say it.
Yes, dear.
I'd like to have Lexa present. Do you think Thanatos would let her leave Elysium?
Dear, you are the queen of the underworld. You decide.
Then we have a stop to make. Persephone waited behind a line of trees with Lexa, who wore a dress that looked like a version of her veil, only the fabric was black. She had yet to peek around the branches to see the grove in which she would actually wed Hades, but Lexa did. She inhaled and whipped around to face her.
"Oh, my gods, Persephone," she exclaimed. "It's gorgeous, and there are so many people."
Persephone guessed Lexa was torn between calling them people and souls. She peeked again. "I cannot believe I'm actually getting married," Persephone said, holding her flowers so tight her palms had started to sweat. When she thought of what she'd come from, it was even more surreal. She had never considered marriage, never dreamed of this day, but meeting Hades had changed all of that.
"Are you nervous?"
Lexa asked, looking at her over her shoulder. "Yes."
"Don't be,"
she said, and came to Persephone's side.
"When you step beyond those trees, just look for Hades. You'll think of nothing else. Want no one else but him."
It was something the old Lexa would say, and it gave Persephone comfort. Still, she glanced at her friend curiously.
"What?"
Lexa asked when she noticed. "Nothing," Persephone said. "It just sounds like you were speaking from experience." A strange, thick silence followed.
"I think I know what it is like to want no one else,"
she said quietly. "Thanatos?" Persephone asked, still watching Lexa closely. She nodded. It wasn't that hard to guess, given how they'd talked about one another over the last month. Persephone wanted to say something, to ask more questions. Had she talked to Thanatos about her feelings? Had they kissed? But a sweet, beautiful sound filled the air, sending chills rippling through her body.
"That's our cue,"
Lexa said, tugging on Persephone's arm. She held her flowers and her breath tighter, and as she rounded the corner, it was knocked out of her. They were in a huge grove surrounded by tall trees, each decorated with garlands of blooming lavender and pink flowers, and overhead the lampades glowed like lantern lights. Then there was Hades, dreadfully handsome, wreathed by an arch of greenery and flora. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus sat stoically at his feet. As soon as her gaze collided with his, he was all she wanted. His smile, wide and gleaming, lit up his entire face. Even his eyes seemed brighter and tracked her as she approached him. He'd chosen a suit for the occasion, black with a single red polyanthus flower in the pocket of his suit jacket. His hair was slick and tied at the back. His horns were on display, beautiful, lethal things that loomed over his head. The whole procession felt frantic and wild and perfect. She paused to hug those she could reach, Yuri and Alma, Isaac and Lily, and the other children of the underworld, Karen and Tyche. Then she faced Apollo, who smiled. His violet eyes were warm and sincere.
"Congratulations, Steph."
"Thank you, Apollo." When she came to Hermes, she hugged him longest.
"You look beautiful, Steffi,"
he said, and pulled away.
He was still wearing his yellow suit.
"You're the best, Hermes, truly."
He smiled and brushed his knuckle over the curve of her cheek. "I know." They laughed, and when she turned, she realized she was now face to face with Hades. She started toward him when Lexa tugged her back, taking her bouquet. "Eager, darling?"
Hades asked, and the crowd laughed. "Always," she said. He took her hands, and her gaze did not waver from his face. His smile, his smile was brilliant and something she rarely saw. And as he looked at her from head to toe, sapphire eyes as deep as the coldest parts of the ocean, she knew he was hers forever. "Hi," she said quietly, almost shyly.
"Hi,"
he replied, raising a brow.
"You're beautiful."
"So are you." Hades looked thoroughly amused. They found themselves interrupted by Hecate, who had stepped into the space before them, clearing her throat, and when they turned to look at her, she smiled, warm and happy.
"I knew this moment would come," Hecate said. "Eventually."
The goddess of witchcraft looked to Hades.
"I have seen love, all forms and degrees, but there is something dear about this love, the kind you two share. It is desperate and fierce and passionate."
She paused to laugh, and so did everyone behind them. Persephone blushed, but Hades remained passive.
"And perhaps it is because I know you, but it is my favorite kind of love to watch. It blossoms and blazes, challenges and teases, hurts and heals. There are no two souls better matched. Apart, you are light and dark, life and death, a beginning and end. Together, you are a foundation that will weave an empire, unite a people, and weld worlds together. You are a cycle that never ends, eternal and infinite." "Hades."
Hecate held out her hand, and at the center of her palm was the ring Hades had made for her. He took it and held it between his thumb and forefinger. Persephone's gaze collided with his. A ring. She did not have a ring. And yet the tilt to the corner of his lips told her everything would be okay.
"Do you take Persephone to be your wife?"
Hecate asked.
"I do,"
he said. His deep voice slid against her skin, making her shiver as he slipped the ring upon her finger.
"Persephone,"
Hecate said, and held out her other hand. A black ring rested at the center of her palm. It was heavy, and as she held it, her hand shook.
"Do you take Hades to be your husband?"
"I do," she said, and slid the ring upon his finger. She stared at it for a long moment, feeling a deep sense of pride at seeing it there. It meant he belonged to her. "You may kiss the bride, Hades." Persephone's eyes were fastened to Hades as his expression turned thoughtful, almost grim. But Persephone knew it wasn't because he was upset. It was a mark of how serious he took this moment. A weight settled upon her chest as she realized how long he had waited. While their courtship was a second in his vast life, he had spent most of that alone, yearning for companionship, for love reciprocated. And when their lips met, it would be an end to that vast void. He cupped her face, and she latched onto his wrists, smiling up at him.
"I love you,"
he said, and sealed his mouth to hers. At first, she thought he would end the kiss there, something simple and sweet before the entire underworld. But then his hand moved from her face to the back of her head, while the other wrapped around her waist. His tongue slid against her mouth, and she opened for him, smiling for a moment before he deepened the kiss. Around them, the souls applauded. "Get a room!" Hermes yelled. When Hades pulled away, there was a smirk on his face, and he bent forward to press a kiss to her forehead before taking her hand. They turned to face the massive crowd.
"May I present Hades and Persephone, king and queen of the underworld."
The cheers were deafening. Hades guided Persephone down the aisle, which felt so much shorter than when she'd first walked it. Once they were behind the line of trees, he pulled her against him and kissed her again.
I have never seen anything more beautiful than you,
he said. Her smile widened. I love you so much.
Come,
Hecate said as she rounded the corner. She used her magic to teleport them and ushered them into the library.
You have a few minutes to yourselves until I return to collect you for the festivities,
Hecate said at the doors.
If I were you, I'd keep your clothes on.
She paused for a moment and added,
and your feet on the ground.
As the door shut, Hades looked at Persephone.
That, he said, sounded like a challenge.
Persephone arched a brow. Are you up for it, husband? But at the word, he closed his eyes and exhaled. Are you okay? His eyes were still closed as he spoke.
Say it again. Call me your husband.
She smiled. I said, are you up for the challenge, husband? Hades opened his eyes. They had darkened from blue to black, burning with desire. He reached